Barb Gudmundson. I am the proud president of the Ucluelet Area Historical Society. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining us today and taking the time. We're very honored to be hosting this event on the traditional territories of Ucluelet First Nations. Today is a time to listen to stories from the past, to share your stories and your family stories, to remember, reflect, and reconcile. I'd like to thank the committee for their dedication and countless hours for organizing this event. Claudia Cole, Shirley Martin, Paul Correa, Vi Monday, and Ellen Komodo. And the rest of our board for their time, Peter Timmermans, Phil Hood, Terry Smith, and our Mary Komodo. Our volunteers, Carolyn Langhelt, Chris Johnson, Frank Lawrenson, and Joe Atkinson. I'd like to welcome Samantha Tucci to offer a welcome on behalf of Ucluelet First Nations.
Hasu, can you hear me okay? Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. Samantha Mamasnikit. My traditional name is Finn Coming Around the Bend, and my everyday name is Samantha Tucci. I'm a woman from Ucluelet First Nations, and I've been asked to provide a welcome prayer to get this day started off in a good way. The prayer I'm about to say is asking the Creator to look down on us, to watch over us and give us strength for the children, the elders, and the people of Ucluelet. I will pray now. Cheko haweth, cheko kuasia, ha and she atla suwa haweth, nacha tuin, sakship, hinia nashuk amas, sasa quinmin suwa, teach miss ko, tatnakin, each imin, koasmin, kwa aktlin, chachimhe, you suicide, waikash, nas, chu.
Thank you, Sam. That was beautiful. Now I'll introduce our facilitator, who is Paul Correa. Paul grew up in Ucluelet, spent his formative years on our beaches, on boats, and in the community. He's returned to live part-time in Ucluelet and has been sharing his knowledge with the Historical Society for some time now. So we're very, very fortunate. Paul's career has involved leadership positions in the private, public, and not-for-profit sectors, including advocacy in many fields such as fisheries, clean energy, and First Nation rights. He is also involved in the important issue of Japanese Canadian redress. Paul had the vision for today's workshop, and with further ado, I'll hand it over to Paul.
Thank you, Barb. Let me add my welcome to all of you participating today. Like you, I identify with this place we call Ucluelet. And for me, it's a fishing thing. And I've heard that from other people too. First Nations, homesteaders, Japanese, we each have linkage with each other. Some of it maybe not so pretty in the past, some of it pretty exciting. And this is a testament to that today and getting people together. I was not yet born when the expulsion of Japanese Canadians occurred, but my parents, my sister, and many aunts and uncles and cousins, some here today, lived through it. Today, I look forward to this dialogue, remembering, recounting, and reconciling. But before we go too much further, for my part, I want to acknowledge some people in the room. I think it's important to do so. We've had the terrific greeting from the First Nation, but I also want to make sure that we know that Charles McCarthy is the chief of the Ucluelet, and I'm told he may drop in. We have also the Minister of Lands and Stewardship, MLA, our MLA, Josie Osborne here. Josie, thanks. And we also have the new mayor of Ucluelet, I understand here, Marilyn McEwen. So welcome. I'm told that Dr. Judith Sayers, the president of the Nichana Tribal Council, may also drop in today, and that'd be terrific. we have from the Wakayama Prefecture Government of Japan, Mr. Shingo Uoi here. So welcome. And Dr. Lisa Domaye, President of North Island College, is here. So welcome, Lisa. And I want to welcome and acknowledge my friend and also CEO of the new BC Japanese Canadian Legacy Society, Suzanne Tabata. I saw Suzanne here. Welcome, Suzanne. And somebody who's not here, but someone said may drop in later, is our own centenarian, Mary Komodo, who's also a colleague director on the Ucluelet Historical Society. And Mary is certainly at the heart of all that we do in the society. So welcome Mary when she joins us, if she joins us. I want to acknowledge the National Association of Japanese Canadians that provided a grant that will help cover some of the costs for food and that. I also want to thank the Ucluelet Co-op, an institution here in our community, for their support. And I believe Huckleberry's Coffee is providing muffins, if I recall. So thank you all. Further comments, we tried to do this 3 years ago. I recall a pretty neat meeting with Shirley, Vi, Ellen, and Claudia Cole at our house. And we were blue skying about what could we do to bring people together. You know, there's this terrible chapter in the community's life. So we can weigh that against, but there's been so many neat things in terms of bringing people together. And so how do we capture that arc of, yeah, let's not bury the past, but we got to move on and let people express what the impacts were and do it in a way that brings out the First Nations, the honoring people who came here as settlers, and also then the Japanese Canadians. So a good part of our objective for today, and you saw it in the paperwork, is to do that. I was going to maybe ask you what your expectations of today are. I will, but I won't do it in a public way. I think making sure that we maximize our time. I'm going to leave this, I'll push it back on this flip chart. And if you want to, anonymously or with your name, put up here what you would like to have occur today, please get up and do so at coffee break, and we can review those at the end of the day. And it's fine if people don't come forward and put anything on it. I think we kind of know the general backdrop. There are really only a few ground rules. You can see from the number of people in the room, and I'm told that there is something like 20 people on Zoom, that we can't possibly have everybody tell their story. It just you could just do the number of minutes and we'd consume the time. Having said that, we invited you to come and speak and share. So the whole time is for that. So at coffee break, at lunch. For some of you, I know, don't want to speak. You came to witness, to see what else is going on. But for those that do speak and are given the microphone, yes, a simple request would be that you keep it as short as possible, recognizing that there are others to speak. It's not an aggressive, hard and fast thing. We want to do this in a way that honors the spirit of people who would make the time to come and tell their story. We haven't thought hard and long about what the follow-up is, but we know that there should be a follow-up. And this isn't an academic exercise. There's no one publishing a paper out of it or anything, but we probably should generate some pieces, some articles. But that's for the Historical Society to take up and involve you. So there will be follow-up is the point. And if you have documents, you have memoirs, you have photos of that, we'd love to hear from you and follow up with you on those. Just quickly reviewing the agenda for the rest of our time today then is we're going to begin with 3 talks, very short talks, but we thought not everybody's content level is going to be the same, and that's okay. But to anchor some of what's going to happen today, we thought it important to hear from the people that have been here for the longest time, the First Nation folks, and is going to share some thoughts on that. Similarly, there are homesteaders that came, have been here a long time, and are part of the. So Shirley Martin is going to key author and historian, is going to share some thoughts on that. And then Ellen Komodo, my grade 7 teacher here in Ucluelet Elementary School, is going to give us a perspective in terms of the Japanese Canadian story here. We're going to have a coffee break, and then we're going to get into 3 facilitated kind of dialogues. And I use the word facilitated because it's my task to hear from you here, have the microphone come to you, and then also pass to those on Zoom and make sure that we can cover 3 topical areas that we set out. One is about the relationships for that pre-World War II Japanese Canadian community and others. And we know that there were solitudes. That was the nature of it. I mean, that's the nature of transport and communication pre-war. The communities, the Japanese Canadians, we all tended to be beach people because there weren't the kind of road networks and that. Well, let's hear about some of the limitations of getting around. It was all by boat, but there were times when people came together. I've seen wonderful sports day pictures, boat races, tug of wars, and softball games and that, as well as some of the tensions that existed in the fishery and that. Move from that then to what was it like when this community was gone? Because for sure, there was this time when there were no Japanese Canadians here. And yet, if you think about simple things like, well, there was a school, and if half the populations were Japanese Canadian kids and they're gone, how do you justify having the number of teachers that you had before? What did that mean to just institutionally organizing that? The largest and most important fish buyer was the Japanese Canadian Co-op and the first Ucluelet Fishing Company. And when they're no longer here because they're not allowed to be here, what does that do to the economics of fishing and who's buying fish and all of that? That doesn't even speak to the relationships. And there's some absolutely lovely relationships that existed between people. So we want to get into those. And then move into a conversation about the return of Japanese Canadians post-war. And many people did. My family did. Many of the people in the room represent who are Japanese Canadians. Their families came back. So we want to hear about that and then move into a more modern time. And I think the backdrop to all of this, if you look at the title about remembering, recounting, and reconciling, is that there is an unmet burden, and that's certainly in terms of how the governments deal with First Nations people in Canada, but also everyday people. And so this is a bit of an experiment, if you will. It's not an experiment in a sense that we're putting you into a test tube and we're going to come out with some result, but it's an exploration, a dialogue that I think is pretty unique. And if it works, and it seems to me that the very fact that you're all here is that it works, then maybe we can help share this with other communities, because certainly the Japanese community, having reached a settlement, the BC government, thanks to folks like Josie, who in cabinet and caucus have led that on May 21st, the Premier Horgan announced the settlement with the Japanese Canadian communities. That's a big deal. And now the burden, if you will, and there is a huge burden on some of us involved in that, is to make sure that we honor the seniors that are still around and that their lives for the next little while are looked after in terms of their healthcare needs and all of that. But then there's also a broader responsibility to what does this settlement mean in terms of others, and certainly First Nations are top of mind, and how we model how society can work. So there's lots there. I shouldn't be speaking more than that. I've taken more than I should have. And now I want to introduce Violet Mundy, former Chief Counselor of the Ucluelet First Nation, an elder, a model, a spokesperson, just a delightful colleague in the work that we're doing. Violet, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning. It's wonderful to see everyone here from different positions of jobs and seeing some of our elders here and young people that are here to listen to our history of this area, the West Coast. My mother, Barb Tucci, didn't tell us about what happened during the World War. She was just a young girl of 9, 10 years old, the last war. And she lived in a nearby, what was known as Hakota Bay, which today is known as Stewart Bay. And Hakota Bay was purchased by Mr. Hakota and was named after him. And there were several houses at Hakota Bay with families there. And my mother was raised a lot of the time by her grandfather. And he was one of those that when he worked, it was in different areas. So he didn't have a home in one place. So what he did was he bought a piece of property nearby Hakota Bay and paid $500 for it. And he had my mom living with him. And at that time, my mother didn't speak a word of English. She just knew our mother tongue. And the Japanese children that became her friends only spoke their language. So what they did to communicate with each other was do a lot of gesturing to each other. Despite that, they had a lot of fun. She said it was a real experience for her to see another nation, being raised on the West Coast here. She lived in Opitsit, and she lived in the community where she married into, and didn't see very many other people from other countries at that time that had started to come in as settlers. And one of the things that she said that her grandfather told her was that don't look at that they're a different culture, and don't look at them as anything other than to become friends with. And she always remembered that. And I remember as I was growing up, and my brothers and sisters, that she always told us that we had to be friendly at all times, even if we don't know them, and even if we couldn't understand their language or their history. And when she started to get to know the adults, the mothers and the fathers of the children, she told her grandfather, she said, I really want to talk to them because I want to hear them, because you stop and talk to me about the different teachings. I want to know what they teach their children. And it was later on that they did build a school behind our present community. And we're starting to learn the English. She said her grandfather told her it's best to get to know them and just be yourself and be mindful of their parents, how their parents are wanting you to act. In the village, the little community of Hakota Bay. And She said there was many, many, many happy hours of playing. They'd go to her little cabin and she would start to go to their houses. And she they were all swimming one day, and one of the little girls said there was something on the beach over on the other end there. I don't know what it is. So she went to call her father, and here it was a seal, and it was dying on the beach. And the father could see that the seal was pregnant. So he delivered the little seal, and the seal soon died. And the children started to look after the little seal, fed him, played with him, fished with him, not fished with him, but swam with him. And my mom said to them, she said, name. And the one girl knew what she meant. And they were trying to give it a Japanese name. Mom said, I can't say it. She tried to give them a name, but they couldn't say hers. So so the one name that they came up with, Buster. And so Buster was their pet seal. He swam with them and started to explore out to the harbor. He was getting stronger and stronger. And every time the kids would call him Buster, Buster, he would come back to them. And so became their favorite pet. And life was good for her. And one day she heard, she woke up to different noises in the community, in the beach. It was just a small community. The houses were really close together. And our grandfather woke up and he said, I don't know what that is. Stay here. It doesn't sound right, he said. And so she stayed in the cabin, and he turned around and he came right back in. And he said, I don't know what they're doing over there, but they're being mean to the families. I'm not understanding what they're doing. And then pretty soon he hears some crying, real wailing, crying sounds. So she got near the village and went in behind one of the bushes to watch. And she was afraid to see why they were crying, why the mothers were crying, why the fathers were crying. And then she started to see the fathers digging behind their houses. And they still didn't understand what was happening. She saw the father digging holes behind their houses. And she told her grandfather, they're putting fishing gear in the ground. Why are they doing that? She said. And then the mothers were crying really hard. And they come out of the houses with just one bag each on their backs. And they told her grandfather that they were told to leave because they were bad people. And Mom said, I said, I couldn't understand them. They weren't even here. They're not even living here. How can they say they're bad people? And the grandfather just took her back to the cabin. And she said, I couldn't stop listening. I couldn't hear. I kept wanting to cover my ears because the way they were crying was so desperate. And it was so scary. And she said they just come all of a sudden, like there was no visitors there or anything. And she asked her grandfather, again, how would they know? Why would they say that they're bad people? And then he said to her, I, one of the fathers came to me behind the house, and he said that they're not allowed to come back, and that they're blaming us for the war. He told her. So he said, just be careful because I don't know what else they're going to do. And so just almost immediately, the village was empty of families, mothers, fathers, grandfathers, children, babies. And she went back to the cabin and she told her grandfather, I'm afraid to sleep because I don't want them to take you, or they're going to take me when I'm asleep. She was really small for her age. And so she was distressed for days. Her grandfather recognized that it was not a good place for her to be. Even though that was the place she wanted, she told her grandfather, I want to live here my whole life. I like this place and it's small and all my friends are here. So they eventually left. Her grandfather thought, I better take care of her. That's too much for her to handle, looking at what was happening in that community. And she said she would try to not cry so much. But she told her grandfather, I can't stop hearing them. It's like it's stuck in my head, she said. And it was really giving her nightmares. And then when they left, she moved into the village where she married into, which was our village, Hitatsu. And she'd go to the beach, to the hill, to the nearest hill, keep looking over into Hakota Bay, hoping that some of them would come back, even though her grandfather said none of them were allowed to come back. She sat on one of the rocks there one day and she said, I didn't even know who I was talking to, she said. But I was saying, I want them back. I want the people back. They're not bad people. I just want them back. Her grandfather told her, it's hard. I know it is. But there's some things that we have to keep doing. And I think your friends would say the same thing to you, that you can't just sit here and cry. So we need to do something else here. So she started, at that time they had built their first day school. And she went to the day school there. And as she was telling me this, she told me over a long period of time, because it was so hard for her to talk about it. And all through, right up until she was, the last 2 years of her life, she kept remembering other things that happened there, listening to the mothers and the fathers. And she kept wondering, are any of them alive? Are any of them here? What happened to them wherever they went? It's like it was almost like I was torturing myself, thinking like, did they die? Did they get killed? What did they do with them? Because they took the boats too, she said. And when she went to school, one teacher favored her. Her grandfather spoke a little bit started to learn the Chinook language, which a lot of the people that came into the area spoke Chinook. So he started talking to her about Mom, that he didn't want her to carry that sadness and that load she was carrying on her shoulder. And so the teacher started helping her and started reading to her and just help her in the community. Then she got married. I believe that was one of the very last arranged marriages that happened in that day. Her mother was a singer, a dancer, a basket weaver, who was very culturally minded throughout the West Coast. And when she told Mom that she got her a husband, she asked who it was, and it was my dad. And she told her mom, he's too old. He's too old. He was 10 years older than her. And she was 16 at that time. So when she was telling me her life story over the years, she said, your father always sensed that there was something going on inside of me. And he would always encourage me, like, don't hang on to what's inside of you. You've got to focus in, and you can't let that grow in you, because it leads to illness, it leads to anger, it leads to hatred. And everything will start to go wrong in your body, which was one of his teachings, was to always be healthy-minded, be strong in your heart. And so over time, she'd remember the teachings that he was talking to her about. And she said later on, as I started thinking about it, there was all these new buzzwords coming out, and she heard the word trauma. She asked her grandfather, what does that mean? And he said to her, that's what I've been teaching you about looking after yourself and try to grow strong within yourself, because life has got its moments where there's a lot of good moments, sad, heartache, and you have to learn how to cope with that. So then she thought about the times when she would say to herself, how can I be happy? I don't have close friends. That I had meaningful, strong feelings for my friends from Alcoda Bay. It's almost like I was afraid to make friends, and there was nothing for me to be afraid of, but I was. And she said, the teacher told her that's what we call trauma because it's starting to affect your moods, the mood swings. Times you wouldn't eat, times you wouldn't play, times you drifted off in your mind. She said to her. So then when she started telling Dad about those moments, Dad told her, he said, you know what? He said, I went to that church over there in the village. I didn't really know what they do in there. So I went over there and talked to, he said he was the head of the church. And so he started talking to her about her, how she was. And the man told him, we need to start praying for her. And Dad told them, we know how to pray. We've always prayed to the Creator. And in my mind, he said, and I was kind of shocked about it, was that I was blaming what you call God for what happened to the families. And so I don't know that I want to go there yet, but I have to think about it. But I want to think about my granddaughter because I want her to grow up happy. I want her to have a good family, a stable, strong family in every which way, spiritual, physical, mental. And so he said that over time, she started to go to what they called Sunday school. And she said, that really helped me, like it helped my heart, she was saying. And so when she would tell me all of the details of what she heard and saw and over the years, then one day she said, I woke up and I was thinking to myself, Grandpa was telling me that I've got to learn the ways of our ways and perhaps the church. And that I had to figure out myself, even though I was young, how to do what they call nowadays self-care. And it was something that I struggled with because I started to have flashbacks. She said, what they call flashbacks. And she told her grandfather, I don't know what to do anymore. So most of her life over time, she had those little bit of struggles. And then one day she said, I thought to myself, I'm getting children and I don't want to pass this on to them. I don't want them to see me crying. I don't want them to see me when I'm not well. Because she said there were sleepless nights. And she said she started talking to the children about what her grandfather was talking about. And the kids were just absorbing everything she was saying. When I think about it now, she said they didn't see or didn't feel the trauma that I felt. They didn't feel the hurt that I felt. They didn't feel the loss that I felt, that deep loss, she said. And so her children were raised under her teaching because she became a widow in her mid-40s. Her and my dad when she got married at 16, started to have children, and she had 15 children. And she worked hard when she was a widow to pay for her house, to pay her mortgage, but always mindful of the children, what they were doing and how they were acting. Always in that protective mode. And she said one day when one of my brothers said to her, "Mom," he said, "you're too overprotective." And she laughed because she said, "I never thought I'd hear that from one of my children." And so she said, I had to really look hard at myself, at what I was teaching. So as she was telling these stories, sometimes she'd be trembling, sometimes she was crying. And then I could see the tiredness in her face, because then I started to feel it myself. And I started to think myself that I brought all of this out of her memory that she had suppressed. And then it was hurting me mentally, listening to things that she would tell me about the children, her worry about the children, that she didn't know where they were. And so she said the thing that I had to do was, and another buzzwords, I should always call them buzzwords, was to reconcile. It happened, the families were taken away, and it's not my fault, she said. It's not because they were living where we were living. She talked to her grandfather and she said, how do you reconcile? He sat down with her and he said, you're doing that because of the way you're raising your children. You're teaching them love, joy, how to deal with situations that happen in your life. So you're already doing it. And I asked her, I said, how did you after bringing it out of you from my interviewing you, how has it affected you? And she said, well, one thing that I learned too was because of my family, because of my grandfather, I had started to be stuck in a stuck mode, stuck feelings. And I didn't want to be that way. So I thrived, she said. And she said, I thrived on my village, working, partaking, busy in the village, making sure our elders were okay. And so I then even though she had a lot of children, she started to bring children into the house. And the first person she brought into the house was a Japanese young man. He was on a student exchange. And he came and lived with us. And he wasn't going to take any of the beds from the children. He said, I'm going to make a mat and sleep under your kitchen table, which he did. And he lived with us for several months, then moved to another home several months later. He was a student exchange. And he, to this day, he still keeps in touch with us. He went to university to become a social worker, had a family, and comes back here every few years to visit. And over the years, she has adopted culturally many families, and a lot of them were Japanese people, Japanese youth. Some of them married, had children, and they start to call her grandmother. And so she said, and the other thing that got me out of the stuck mode was remembering Buster, because he was our joy in our community at that time. And it was, those are some of the things that got me through, and getting to know the Creator on a closer basis through my years of being here. And so we sent her to Japan when she was working for Parks. She was working there at that time, 20 years. And we called Roy Katsura, who was her Japanese student. So we sent her to Japan, and he stayed with Roy. One weekend he took her to an island where there was this elderly lady that looked very, very young looking for her age. He told Mom, they don't know how old she is. She still lives off the land. She still eats wildlife, seafood. She doesn't have any electricity, but she still lived off the land. When he introduced her to her, he told her that she was one of from the Nujana tribes. And she got really excited. And she said to Roy, this, I know that place, I know where it is, she said. And Mom said, how does she know? She doesn't have a radio, she doesn't have. And he told her, well, they visited each other from the different islands. And she remembered that half a dozen of our guys that were on sealing boats had been up in that area, and none of them came back home. She started telling Mom there's a family in Russia, there's a family in a different area, smaller village, that had married, gotten children. So she said, we have descendants over there. So I hope one of these days that one of you will meet them. Somewhere along in your life that you'll meet them, because they're family members from this area. So Mom said to me before she passed away, she was 83 when she passed away, and she told me that don't ever forget what I went through, who I met. Don't ever forget the history of this place. When I think back to it over the time I've been thinking about it, there was many, many happy times. My brother Archie became friends with the fishermen there from Alcoda Bay. And he started to learn some of their language. And then he had left before the war. And he didn't come back. All of her brothers traveled elsewhere for work. She didn't know the two older brothers that were much older than her. And they were taken to residential school. So Mom didn't get to know them. When her mother went to go pick them up from the residential school, the teacher told her that they didn't know where they were. They thought they went home. My grandmother started drinking really bad. She couldn't handle the pain. She didn't know if they buried them or anything like that. Didn't know where, if they even did it. So she got more protective over Mom, her only daughter. Because then when the second round of the residential schools came to the area, they wanted to take her there. And she said, no, you're not taking them. And then the very last residential schools that came, that were active, the last active was in Port Alberni. And an agent came to our house, knocked. The first door they knocked on was my dad's door. And he told them he came to take the children to school. And he told them, no, you're not taking them. I'm not letting you come in my door. And that one said to him, we'll get her when she's in the school. And he said, I'm not sending her to school till you're gone. Pretty soon, quite a few people in our community, after they heard Dad say that resounding no, they didn't let their children go. Then a day school was built. We've had two day schools that were built over time. Some families that did send their children were the ones that were, Mom said they were hurt worse, more than anybody that I know, she said. And the generational thing over time has affected many generations. And Mom said, always think about that you have to be strong as a mom and a dad, a brother and a sister, when you know that there's something terrible wrong going on, that you be strong and learn how to look out for areas that don't seem right or where people are not talking right, or even government people coming in to our community. And that, she said, and that's what exactly happened when we had to fight for our treaty. So we had these moments when they were lying to us, outright lies, and try to go underhandedly negotiating with us. But she said, I watched you when you were assistant to the negotiator. You really remembered. You knew how to listen to what they were saying and not really saying. Yeah, you got that, where you knew how to read between the lines, as they call it today, she said. And so what we noticed too, she noticed too, when we were in negotiations, that our own people were having harder times and looking to our tribe for help, for guidance, for wisdom. and finding a space where they needed to be as negotiators to the government. So Mom left us. She left us in good hands, by all of her teachings. With all of her teachings, we remember and we cling to those. It's lonely without her, but we do know that she finished her work here. That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to finish her work, even if it's just with my own children and grandchildren. I want to leave them impacted with that there's the good, the bad, and the ugly. She said, she laughed when she said that. But I do know that she was
Thank you.
yes, thank you.
Boy, there's a lot there in terms of the special relationships and the wisdom that your family has. One phrase that comes to mind that the Japanese say about what you've shared is it's for the kids, kodomo no tame, and that really rings for me. So thank you very much. The strength of the relationship between the children across cultures is just absolutely amazing. If our world could recognize that more. Thanks. Our next speaker is Shirley Baird Martin. Certainly the Baird name is a long time name in terms of settlement history in the Ucluelet area. And I'm going to ask Shirley to give her perspectives from those who came to settle and to raise families in the Ucluelet area. So Shirley.
There's a microphone. I'm not used to speaking in microphones. I might be distracted, but I'll do my best. Can you hear me okay? I kind of am feeling like it's a heavy topic, and I see my dance instructor over there. Hi, Sarah. And I said, I don't know what I'm going to say. And she said I could choreograph a dance routine for you. And then I said, I don't really want to scare everybody away as soon as they get here, so we won't dance. I respectfully acknowledge that I speak today on the unceded lands of the Ucluelet people. So today we're trying to look at the whole picture, and Bai has spoken beautifully about the First Nations. And my goal is to tell you quickly about the history of the pioneer white settlers of this community. And my other goal is to just not go on and on about it. I'll do my best here. So as we all know, the First Nations had a rich and complex culture that was doing very well here. Then the Europeans came, and we all know the damage done by colonialism. So the first European settlers soon, there was a whole thing where they discovered the fur trade. And so there were fur trading posts put around the area. And if you kind of look around Ucluelet Harbor, as we know, Stewart Bay later became a Japanese-Canadian settlement, and we'll hear more about that later. It's a beautiful spot. Then across the bay, directly across, is Spring Cove, named after Captain Spring, and Francis Island, named after another fur trader. And Spring Cove became a very important part of the Japanese-Canadian culture as well. And Then we have the cairn down. If you go down to the district office, there's a cairn, and those are the pillars of the community. The Suttons. If you want to know about the Suttons, just talk to Phil Hood. His eyes will light up and you will never hear the end of it. He knows more about the Suttons than anybody, except maybe the Suttons knew. I don't know. There are other names there like Thompson, Hilliers, McCarthy's, and then the McCarthy's have a strong connection to the Ucluelet First Nations. So you see the crossovers between nations too. And there's just so many people now in the communities descended from those original names on the cairns. Then Mr. Sutton and his brother, the other Mr. Sutton, okay, see, Phil knows, would not sell any land over at Port Albion where they were settled. And that's why people settled on this side of the community. And if you look around at pictures from way back then, Ucluelet was a basic clear cut. It was basically like a stump farm. And we used to say as kids, it's a one horse town because there was one horse named Mabel that we all got to ride. But it was also a one ox town because Mr. Leach had an ox named Babe, and Babe was responsible for all that clearing of land. Then I'm trying to do this quickly. In 1910, the government decided we need more people here. So they advertised all over the place and preemption happened. All of these people came out expecting lush, fertile land. They were just going to plant gardens and it would be just like home. And were they shocked? And one family was the Carns, and there's some Carn descendants here today. And Mr. and Mrs. Carn and their 4 daughters came out from England, landed in Ucluelet, and she went, "Where did he bring me?" And they had to go to their preemption. They had to hike through the trail. They had to go along Wreck Bay, then on to Long Beach, then hike through the bush. And while doing that, they were carrying all their worldly belongings, including, I believe, a cast iron stove and Auntie Mary, who was 14 months old at the time. But they did it. This is what the preemption people did. Then eventually they moved in closer to town. As some of you may know, there was a settlement at the head of the inlet called Stapleby, right kind of where Willowbrae Road comes down to the water. And it had its own store and it was its own little community. And then around pretty much 1920s, Japanese Canadian people started coming here because of the fishing, because there was just great fishing here. And when they came, it was first the men fishing and living in their boats. And then in early 1920s, a lot of families of Japanese Canadians came to Ucluelet. So in terms of how the local people felt about the Japanese Canadians arriving, my goal was to try and find lots of stories. And of course, a lot of the people aren't living here anymore, but down in Spring Cove, which is one of the 6 Japanese Canadian communities, there were 3 stores at that time. There was the Morishita store, and I think we're going to hear one of the Morishitas on Zoom hopefully later. And then the Nishi's store, and then the Sagers had a store. The Sagers were original preemption people. They were related to the Carns. It's like we're all related and you don't really want to know how. My husband asked for a chart once, and it's the same in the First Nations community. Like I have to ask Karen all the time, like, how are you related to that person and how are they related to that person? And also in the Japanese Canadian families, there are marriages naturally between the small community families. So we just need some charts, and Dave McIntosh is really good at family charts. Dave, right? So the Spring Cove had the 2 Japanese Canadian stores, the 1 white settler store, and other Japanese Canadian people, and also a few white settlers all living in Spring Cove, which is like the most beautiful spot on the peninsula. And the Sagers, I'm named after Shirley Sagers, who is the granddaughter of the people who had the store, and she grew up down there. So just one story she told me, I'll try to tell quickly, that there was a family living behind them called the Shimazus, who were related to the Shimazus on the other side of the bay. And the boat would come all around the harbor because all of these communities had kids and they were all going to the same school, which I'll talk about quickly in a minute. The boat would come and it wouldn't actually stop. It would just glide by. And she was 5 years old and the kids were supposed to jump on the boat. And so she was really scared. So Polly Shimazu would always hold her hand and help her onto the boat. And then they'd go over to Hagota Bay. They'd go around the bay. They'd pick up all the kids. Then they would go to what we call the whiskey dock now. And all the kids would get off and they would go to the school, which the school was where the district office is now. And it was they called it a 2-room school. It was a 1-room school with a curtain. But anyway, the kids all went there. And then after school, the Japanese Canadian kids went to another school and had 2 hours of school afterwards. And so Shirley, big Shirley, I'm little Shirley, I'm bigger than her now. She said she was always scared because she had to start walking back to Spring Cove by herself because all of her Japanese Canadian friends were still studying at school while she was, and her mom would meet her partway. But that school, I don't know when a good time to tell this is, but I'll just tell it now. The school, because so many Japanese Canadian families arrived, they needed a bigger school because the number of kids just shot up. And so materials were provided to build a school, but it was the Japanese Canadians basically who built that school. And the 2 Shimazu brothers, who were boat builders and excellent carpenters and lived across the bay, they built that school so that all the kids could go to that school. And in terms of how the settler community felt about the First Nations, well, like Paul said, they had gatherings and it was often down at Spring Cove at what they called the Green. And whoops, I'm knocking over the microphone. And they had sports-based kind of competitions. And there was a group called the Ucluelet, and Taiyu group. And the members of that group were white settlers and Japanese Canadians. And they basically organized all these races like an old time Yuki days. And then the Japanese Canadian kids wore beautiful, colorful kimonos. And also they let some of their friends wear them. And there's some pictures of that and they're just beautiful. Unfortunately, they're not color pictures because that would be really nice. And then I'm briefly going to just say really quickly about the Bairds, because there's this kind of idea that the Bairds have been here since the 1800s, but the Bairds were actually, they settled Port Renfrew in the 1800s, which is down the coast away, but they started, like Dad there were 6 boys and 1 sister, imagine poor her. And they started coming to Ucluelet in the late 20s, early 30s. So 3 of Dad's brothers came to Ucluelet first and fished, and then 2 became loggers, but Uncle Art just went on fishing forever. Dad would come fishing here in the 20s, but he would sleep on his boat at the dock, which is what the Japanese Canadian fishermen were doing before they moved here with their families. And then Mom and Dad built a float home and towed it up, and Mom and Dad and my brothers lived on the float home when he commercial fished, but then he went back to logging. It's all very complex. So, and I guess just what I want to say about that is my great-great-grandfather came from Scotland, then to Quebec, then across Canada. We have like Italian settlers, we had Spanish settlers. We all came from somewhere, and the First Nations were the original people, of course, and the rest of us all came from somewhere. And in a lot of cases, the Japanese Canadians were here long before the other people came. So I just wanted to make that point. And then, I just wanted to say that, okay, so I was born in 1951. So that is post-war and that's post-internment. So when I was born, that's as the Japanese Canadian people were coming back to Ucluelet. So the way I grew up was, we're just all together. We're all friends. We all know each other. That's just the way it was. And I can think, I was trying to remember all the names, but Terry Smith is away and he sent something yesterday and listed off 15 Japanese Canadian names, which is, and they're all the names I remember. The kids we went to school with, the kids we grew up with, that were part of our community. To me, there was just like no difference. And so my parents brought me up to respect the First Nations and Japanese Canadians cultures in our community and as really important. And so when I finally heard about residential schools, and when I finally heard about internment, I was really shocked. And I think that was a failure that we did not learn about those things, a huge failure. And I think that we're making progress. I went to the Truth and Reconciliation display at the high school, and it was amazing, and it shows that those kids are learning the history and they're learning the stories. And I believe we're in for some curriculum changes, some long needed curriculum changes. So we learn about the internment and we learn about residential schools, because we all need to learn those things. And it's way, way overdue. And I'm just briefly going to say that when I was thinking about what to say, because Sarah's dance would have been too difficult for me to do, she just makes things complicated. I wanted to just say briefly that I'm really into history, and so I use census forms all the time. And sadly, the 1931 census is not out yet. We have the 1921 census, which is when it was mostly the single Japanese Canadian people that are on that census. The 1931 would show a much better picture of all those families that came here and what they were doing and where they were living. And Claudia and I and Dave Mack are going to have a party when the census comes out. It's so exciting. And then the other thing I always learn from is voters lists. And the Japanese Canadians and the First Nations did not get the vote in British Columbia till 1949. I mean, it's like one more travesty of what we're talking about here. And there's like another example of where information comes from about history and about people. And that's just one more example of what makes us really upset. So, but more than forms and papers that we learn things from, we learn from stories. And we've learned from Vi's story, which is a beautiful story about her mom and all she did. And we're going to hear lots of stories today. And we're talking about sad situation and injustice. And I think emotions, like they're already going like that. But we all need to hear the stories, and we all need to witness the stories. But I'm going to end now with an uplifting story. So my cousin Brian Baird, who couldn't be here today, it's a short story. My cousin Brian couldn't be here today. He and his wife Shirley, another Shirley, there's so many of us over on the mainland, but he came over for tea the other day, and I was saying, what do you remember? And he said, well, when I was a little kid, they lived down on the harbor. He said, I went down on the beach, and I kind of knew I'd watched people, and I kind of knew how to make a kite. And so he made this kite, and then he could not get it to stay up. Like it would catch the wind and it would go up, and then it would crash down. Up it would go and crash down. And he was having like a little Baird boy hissy fit. And a man came down, Mr. Atani. He was visiting the Oy family who lived next door. He's actually related to the Oys, and I'm actually reading a wonderful book. Okay, I'm going off. By Mr. Atani's daughter-in-law about the internment. It's a wonderful book. Anyway, Mr. Atani came down and he just kind of shook his head, and he picked up Brian's kite and he looked at it, and Brian said he took a piece of heavy cord and he tied it to the tail of the kite. And then he handed it to Brian. And then Brian tried the kite, and the kite stayed up, and it just flew forever. Like he said, I'll always remember his kindness. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Your words make me realize that in terms of relationships and intermarriage and a linkage to communities, I think each of us here who have been here a while have those same kind of linkages. And so that's pretty neat. I know through intermarriage and that we're related. Yeah. So, yeah, yeah. You mentioned the Atanis. I have some gifts for speakers, and I've done a selection from Francis's work. So Francis Atani, those of you who know, a celebrated Canadian author with many publications, Giller finalist, Booker finalist, and that. Francis was married to my cousin Ted, who sadly passed away 2 years ago, I guess now. But they are unique in that they're both Order of Canada recipients. Francis as a writer, novelist, and Ted as a humanitarian for the work that he's done with the Red Cross. So thanks for bringing them up. And Ted was born in Ucluelet, so pretty neat. Our final context speaker, and boy, we've been given lots of stuff to work with what Vi has shared and what Shirley has shared. But I mentioned already that Ellen was my grade 7 teacher. But so you know that she's an educator and a leader in so many other ways, but also a member of the Historical Society and somebody who, as a child, lived through the disposition and the relocation and that. So our final speaker is Ellen Komodo.
A wonderful good morning to all of you. Thank you for coming and giving us a chance to talk about the internment. I'm going to change my prepared speech because usually when I speak, I take the temperature of the audience and then change the context. So forgive me for being somewhat in digression. There. Oh, you need it for Zoom. I hate these things. Over here, you can see, thanks to Barbara Schramm, the wonderful display called Isabel Kimoto. That's my mom. And the picture on the right, there's a little baby, and that's me. And you can see that I'm dressed in a beautiful white kind of baptismal gown, and that was made by Mrs. Arnott in Tofino. It's a wonderful story. When we're talking about the internment of the Japanese, we've got to set the historical context. There's a war in the Pacific. On a December 7th, beautiful sunshiny day, the Japanese Air Force bombed Pearl Harbor. That's very important. A week later, I was born in the hospital in Tofino. That's important because, as my dad said ruefully, 2 disasters in 1 week, Pearl Harbor and then a girl. You know what Asian men are like. They want to pass on the name of the family. Anyway, I digress. In March of the following year, that would be March of 1942, in Tofino now, because that's where my family lived on Clackwood, which is now Stubbs. There was a knock on the door of our brand new house, and 2 RCMP officers were standing at the door, and they announced to my mom that she had 2 days to carry whatever she wanted because they were going to move 4,900 people of Japanese descent from the West Coast to Vancouver's Hastings Park. So my mom had only 2 arms, one for me and one for suitcase. And so that's what she carried aboard the McQuina in March of 1942. The McQuina then came down to Ucluelet, to Port Albion, to the 7 settlements here, and they loaded the McQuina up. She went up the Alberni Inlet to Port Alberni. From Port Alberni by rail to Nanaimo. From Nanaimo tanker across Georgia Straits to Vancouver, then trucks to Hastings Park. And I just want to share a story about Hastings Park. My mom never talked about Hastings Park to us. Neither did my dad. They decided that it was not something that we should know. But anyway, Mom and I are sitting in our house in Ucluelet now, and we're watching the hurricane called Katrina. And she sees on TV the Agrodome, the athletic building in New Orleans, and she sees the Black people sitting in the stands, and she got a flashback to her situation at Hastings Park in March of 1942. And that was the very first time that she ever shared any of that story with me, never with anybody else. So I thought to myself, now, why wouldn't they tell us? Well, two things. Shame. You don't want to dump this stuff on your kids. Of course not. And two, it was too painful. Put it aside, put it away, bury it, put blankets on top of it, burn it. So that's what happened. My family eventually moved into a relocation camp near Whistler called Bridge River. And there was a BC Hydro camp. The BC Hydro was just bringing down the first electrical lines from the north, right? That was the very first kind of WAC Bennett, blah, 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 hydro stuff, right? There were cabins, 9 by 12. My mom and dad got one cabin. I was now a little bit older, but because the floor of the cabin was only sod, I was not allowed to go on the floor. So I never learned to crawl. I never learned to walk until I was 3. So that is some sort of story about hardship. I could tell you lots of hardship stories, but I'm going to ask you to ask Siri, okay? Go online. Go online if you want to know some of the stuff that happened to us. It's all there. I'm not going to talk about it today because it's too painful. It hurts. And those of us that are of Japanese ancestries will probably, it's not going to help us. Over there is a picture of my Aunt Mary. You can see? She's got the Medal of Honor. I want to tell you a little bit about Aunt Mary. When she was 14, her dad died. She was living in Vancouver. Her mom and dad had a corner grocery store. Her dad died, so Aunt Mary was sent to a place called Nootka. And there was a cannery at Nootka. She was 14. And she went every summer to Nootka, Mr. Johnson, to work in the cannery. That building is probably dilapidated now, but that's how she was the first of the Kimodos to inhabit the West Coast. When my brother retired from Macmillan and Blodell, he was a logger. He remembers the blockade at Clackwood and Mears and all that stuff. We used to have interesting dinner time conversations at our house. Ellen, the environmentalist, and Ted, the logger, right? My mom used to mediate. She refereed. Anyway, I'm digressing again. He did a study for Weyerhaeuser. It took him 3 years. He did it with Vice people, all of the 7 to 14 different groupings on the West Coast. And he came home and said to me, Ellen, did you know in 1939, there were 4,000 Japanese Canadians living on the West Coast from Port Renfrew north to Hesquit? 4,000 people. Can you imagine the logistics of moving 4,000 people? But it's war and the cooperation of the Americans and And one interesting fact, I've always wanted to talk about this because there were 22,000 of us moving from the West Coast. They had to have some sort of disciplined, easy way to move us all. So what the government did in its wisdom was they called together all the church leaders of all the major religions in British Columbia. So if you were Catholic, you went to Greenwood. If you were Buddhist, you went to Sandon. If you were United, you went to New Denver. If you were none of the above, like my dad, you had to go to a self-supporting camp, which meant that you got no government subsidy. All the other ones with churches and so on subsidized the people. So this went on until the war ended, 2 bombs, pretty quick. And the government in Ottawa had to make up its mind about what to do with these 22,000 people that they've got incarcerated all over the interior of British Columbia. So they gave the Japanese Canadians 2 choices. Choice number 1, which is really bright, go back to Japan. Keep in mind, my mom and dad and my grandfather and grandmother are Canadian citizens. They're born here. They've never been to Japan. Why would they go there? Choice number 2, move 100 miles east of the Rockies. The bulk of the Japanese Canadians, the 22,000, moved to Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. The majority went to Toronto, Montreal. Then as Shirley said, we got the vote in 1949. Also at that same year, the right to come back to BC. My family is a fishing family. That's why they came to the West Coast in the first place. It was a fish. My Uncle Tom, Mary's husband, and my dad, number 2 son, decided that they'd like to come back and retain their livelihood by fishing. In the meantime, British Columbia Packers, which is a large corporate entity here in British Columbia, and Barb knows because she lives down there now. BC Packer said to my Uncle Tom in a visit from their CEO, he went to Toronto and he recruited 8 fishermen. Amongst them was my oldest uncle, my Uncle Tom, my dad, and 5 others, Mr. Nakagawa. That family's still here. They were given the choice of coming back before the curfew was lifted, and BC Packers would help along by building these 8 guys a beautiful new boat. Well, what could make a fisherman happier than having somebody build them a great new boat? So we came west. That's how we came back. And we went to Tofino because that's where we started in the first place. We were not welcome in Tofino. And Josie, that's all I'll say about that. Somebody said to my Uncle Tom, you know, you should go to Ucluelet. Those people are, they're probably half of them will welcome you. Never mind the other half. So Uncle Tom and my dad came, and at that time, Spring Cove was a Canadian Air Force base. There were lots of buildings on the property, and it was away from the main village of Ucluelet so that, they couldn't throw rocks at us. So Uncle Tom decided that we would rent Spring Cove, which we did. And there was a caretaker on the property. His name was Mr. Smith, and he was in charge of Spring Cove. And at that time, Spring Cove was all the way around near High Focus. That's how the geography of Spring Cove was. So we had this wonderful, idyllic beach and environment to grow up on. In the meantime, me and my brothers and sisters and cousins and Helen Stewart from the Lighthouse walked the trail to go to school every day, which we did. And I'm going to report to you that we were comfortable, very comfortable in school. The teachers made us feel most welcome. And as I graduated in 1958, I said to myself, I'm going to come back to Ucluelet to teach because that was the year, 1960, we were integrating Vice kids into the mainstream Ucluelet Elementary. So there was a man named Alex McCarthy, who now has ancestors living on the reserve. He was the school boat. And every day the boat would come and tie up at 52 steps. And the kids would walk up 52 steps to school. Well, everything went fine for about the first week of school until some of the Ucluelet bad boys decided that they would stand at the top of 52 steps and throw rocks down on the boat. I was a teacher at that time in the school. Nobody told me that was happening. I found out much later, and that first introduction from Vice kids to the mainstream school was a complete and total disaster. I resigned and went to Kitimat, which was probably, good for my soul. I don't know about that. Anyway, so that's basically what happened to our family. I could probably talk for until the sun goes down. I'm also aware that two's company and three's a crowd, so I don't want to be the crowd. So there's lots of time this afternoon, and I'd love to entertain some questions that you might have about what it's like to go through that journey. That journey, in the meantime, made us very strong. And I can point out to Paul, wherever Paul is, he was in grade 7 that year that I came and taught at Ucluelet Elementary. And what a wonderful gift he's given to us. He's come back into the community, and we applaud Paul for being part of us. Thank you, Paul. The other family I'd like to acknowledge is M and Trinity and Calvin and Kim, sorry, little blind spot there. Senior moment, Kim, sorry. They are part of the Oy family, and they're the second family that's still in Ucluelet. The third family, of course, is the Nakagawas. So we have gone from 4,000 to 3 families. We're almost invisible. There's hardly anything left. And while I'm standing here, I'm looking at Jackie. Jackie's a member of PRAS. And a few years ago, we did a Japanese cultural week, in which Jackie promoted the Japanese culture, and we had drumming. As a matter of fact, it was a wonderful drumming exercise, because not only did we have the taiko drums from Victoria, but also the drums from Vi's kids coming. They came across the water at sunset on a boat, on their brand new canoe. And it was a wonderful, searing, humanitarian type moment as the boat came across the water to Ucluelet, to in front of the whiskey dock, and we had drumming. And I'll never forget the ambience of that particular day, because what that meant was the 3 cultures had finally cemented things to the point where they were now sharing culture in terms of art. Drumming is, if you haven't experienced drumming, I would like to suggest that you do, because drums hit your soul like no other piece of instrument, not a piano or a saxophone, but drums really kind of get you right here. So I'm hoping that as a result of this day, that we are now going to be able to spread out in some meaningful, what's the poster say? Poster says, remember, recount, and reconcile. And the reconcile is the most important word in the poster. We have to start somewhere, and we have to do it in a meaningful way that doesn't hurt anybody. It's very important. So thank you for your attention. And I'll be here all day if you want to come and pick my brain. Thank you.
I think in all truthfulness, Ellen, you like to remind me that your class, Paul, was not the best class that I had here. We were the second best. And there are some good friends that were in your best class. And I'm just humbled by the fact that you were such a good teacher. You were a tough teacher, but boy, you helped us along the way. Thank you for your stories. There's so many touch points that certainly from my family I can relate to, and we'll get into those in a group way. And I want to thank all three of our context speakers to have given us our perspective of what we're talking about. It's long overdue. You've been sitting for a long time. We're going to give you a break, but maybe a short one. Let's say till 11:30, and let's get into our first kind of facilitated session to talk about relationships in the Japanese Canadian community before World War II, and hear the stories and that you've brought from both the Zoom audience and those here.
And going to university and becoming a school teacher who would come to Ucluelet. And contradictions were going on in my head. I had that preconditioning, which like cancer growing, it's like aberrant cells that keep multiplying and they'll kill you if you let them go. And then there was Grace. There was my uncle, Sam, and my dad, and my little mom. And so when I got to Ucluelet, my education got completed in a couple of ways. Marilyn's husband, Laddie, was in my grade 5 class, and where are you, Karen? So they're in grade 5 and 6 classes. I go back that far. And in the class were these delightful, wiggly, wiry little characters called foreign sounding names, Nakagawa, Kimoto, and Oi. And I came here the year that Paul and Pauline, his twin sister, were in grade 7. Never got to know him till later, because that's the year they left. But what started to happen was I thought, I've got to get rid of this contradiction that's keeping me awake at night. There's the prejudice, there's the avarice, there's the attitude towards the First Nations. Oh, just those Indians. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I grew up with that. Have a heart for people like me. I mean, feel sorry for the people who are disadvantaged. Feel sorry for guys like me. And I had to go through a battle. And I just want to tell you that incident by incident, Komodo by Komodo, Tucci by McCarthy, by whatever, bit by bit, those were the kids I taught in the school. And I couldn't help but love them. Yeah, they were the wrong color, and yeah, they this and that. The stereotypes were screaming at me in my left ear, and reality and grace were screaming at me in my right ear. And I want to tell you that grace won and all that other stuff lost. But my parents' generation and the generation of my grandparents born in 1980 were the ones who fashioned this monstrosity and that monstrosity. It was in their minds. I was born into a little bit of grace. If not, I'd have become one of them. I'd have been government making hideous policies, pack all those beautiful people off and shove them in a refugee camp. I walked through the village in Steveston. Have you ever been there? Go there. There's a village that was a little remnants of the village where they used to live. There's a beautiful living room. There's little beds. There's little cots where they all lay, and where their families was. And then it's preserved, and you feel the hurt when you walk in there. Well, I felt the hurt. It damaged me, but it didn't get me. It didn't kill me. And I'm so thankful to you, Paul, and the rest of you who put this together, because we're really on the right track here. This is our track to let grace and peace and love and mercy triumph over prejudice, anger, hostility, buried hurts. This is the best day. This is a wonderful day. Thank you all for doing this, and thank you for giving me a chance to say. I think that was a Ellen Komodo 2 minutes.
Those in the room who might want to speak to the pre-war Japanese Canadian community and the relationships. Earl first.
I had the privilege of coming to this beautiful community in 1952, just when the Komodos had returned to Spring Cove. They came back, I believe, in 1951. I came in on a little boat into Spring Cove and began knocking on doors in this community, over at First Nations and here and among the Japanese people. My wife and I lived in the 50s down on the boardwalk right next to the Auras and Maitis. And the Auras taught my wife, who was just a young mother with twins. We had twins, Dean and Diane. Sorry, we had twins, Dean and Diane. And that reminded me of Paul and Pauline over there. Only his birth was, I think, 51, and my twins in 58. But anyway, we lived on the boardwalk down in a little home that Ron Matterson owned, you know, the Matterson Tea House. And the Aura, dear Aura ladies and sisters, Mrs. Aura and Maidi, they taught my wife how to cook the crabs so they wouldn't crawl out of the pot, you know, turn them upside down, Louise. And so I had the joy of walking in this community for years, and beloved, all that I knew was the love of you people, the love of the Japanese. For me, I had no trouble loving them. They may have had trouble loving me. No, they couldn't. Because they loved. I apologize for that comment, Paul. They wouldn't have any trouble loving because they loved. The First Nations people over in Ucluelet. I knew Barb and Sam well, Vi's parents, and the McCarthys and the Johnsons and the Coots and the Williams and on, the Happies and of the village. And the Bairds, Ken Baird, he took the D9 cat from Kenday Lake logging camp where he was the super. We cut a barracks from the old seaplane base, an 80-foot barracks. We cut it in half, put skids, and I say we, I was 25 years old, and we did it. I think I stood there and watched them. But anyway, put skids under those two buildings, towed them up, and Ken Baird released his cat from the tow, moved ahead, pushed a great big 8-foot stump off the side of the road so he could carry this up and put what is now the little church up there on the corner, Christ Community or something. So anyway, I'm happy to be with you, dear ones, today, all of you. To me, your brothers, your sisters, we have a common love for each other. And I have nothing else in my approach to people, and I'm happy to say it because it's not natural. I absolutely love people. I don't see anything else but goodness. Thank you. Thanks for letting me be with you today.
Thanks, Earl. Phil, the woman in front here in blue.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Tucci. I married one of Barbara Tucci's sons, Ladner Tucci. They call him Laddie. And we'd always, like almost about 15 years, we'd go have coffee with Mom before we went to work. And those dishes sitting there, she was telling us that I guess at Stewart Bay, when they didn't just bury their nets, they also buried their valuables, thinking one day that they'd be coming back for them. So those were some of the things that Barb had taken. And there was like plates and saucers, and I didn't bring all of them. Mom gave them to me about, I don't know, about 15 years ago. And I don't think she ever used them. And I've never used them, mostly because of, the respect of who they belong to. And like, I still have them. And, I think they should be in the museum somewhere. Okay, so that said, I'm actually in Niska. I was born in Greenville, just north of Terrace. So, when you talk about the residential school in Port Alberni, that's where we went. At first, there was just 3 of us, my brother, my sister. And by the time it closed down in 73, there was 9 of us going there. So when it closed down, I just moved from Prince Rupert to Port Alberni. That's where I met Laddie at the King Eddie's bar. And I followed him home and had 2 beautiful girls. So thank you.
Thank you. I know the community of Lac-aux-Apes really, really well, and I spent a lot of time there. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And just it's a lovely story. There are so many other simple reconciliation stories. So similar to that. So I used to work for something called Fisheries Renewal BC, and the minister responsible back in that government was a guy named Dennis Streifel. Being the CEO of a crown reporting to a minister isn't always the most polite relationship. But Dennis and the deputy minister of fisheries at that time and you'd think as the CEO you have some power. Anyways, we would have some real good fights over policy and whatever. But many years after I had left that organization and Dennis had not run and retired, he out of the blue called me and said, Paul, I remember you telling me stories about Japanese Canadians, and I wonder if you could help me. And I said, sure, any way I can. He said, an old timer who was a constituent of mine, he's in his 80s, and he's dying. And he's got a burden that he wants to unload. And he asked me as his former MLA whether I could help track down a family of whose possessions are in his barn. And I said, well, what kind of stuff does he have? And he said, well, it's just a net, some oars, some household goods, some china, sewing machine. And I said, what's the story about it, Dennis? And he said, well, they, in a panic, tried to hide this stuff. And there was a real friendship bond between these neighbors. And so full trust, they said, we're being shipped away. We don't know what's going to happen next. Here's our worldly possessions. If you could hold them for us, and if we return, we'd like them back. But if we don't return, they're yours. And don't worry about using them. And this man said he could never, his wife, his kids would play and he'd scold them for saying, you can't touch that stuff. And now on his deathbed, he had approached Dennis and said, can you get these back to the rightful owners? And so I put some ads in the paper, Japanese Canadian paper, tried to do some phoning to what I thought would be where these people were. And we did get a hit. Sadly, the parents had long passed, and it was, I think it was one daughter and then 2 grandkids who said, yes, what you describe and the location and the family are our folks. And so they didn't want any fanfare. There were no photographs. There was no media. Dennis didn't want that either. It was a simple handover, a meeting and a handover of possessions that were pretty pedestrian. And I've heard of other stories like that where people have kept those things. Actually, I've heard of some First Nation linkages up in the Prince Rupert area, the Okabe family, Alan Okabe, Simshan mother, Japanese Canadian father. They had a shipyard. There's been linkages there. I was explaining to the people I work for. I work for a group called Coastal First Nations. And I said, I'm not doing work time, but I'm, in the evenings and that I've got these other things that I'm doing. And they all just jumped on board and said, "Hey, we honor you for what you're doing." And stories started to flow about linkages between First Nations up coast and Japanese Canadians. And so there's a whole project, if you will, in maybe getting these stories and people together. So I really honor what you shared, and it's lovely to see the China there. Anyways, other people who would like to speak. I was going to lift them up, and I thought I'm so careless that if I lift it, I'm probably going to stumble and drop them. So I don't want to touch them. But if somebody wants to lift them, they're delightful. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I've seen you. Please. But we need it for Zoom.
Ucluelet Chachimsanup, that's my name. That's my Indian name, Chachimsanup from Cayucot. That's where my name came from, and that's where my grandfather came from. And I'm related to that lady on the other side of the Vi through my grandfather. And my name is Ben David. That's my borrowed name. I have a son that graduated high school here. He's a retired RCMP officer. Now I'll get into my father. My father was a fisherman here for years. And I know that minister over here for years. He ministered to the Native people for years. And we all loved him. He was a good man. He's still a good man. There is much to be learned about my father, one of his best friends. My dad was a troller. And he had a Japanese friend that he traveled with up and down the coast here. They'd look after each other. And the relationship that I've had with Japanese goes a long ways. My best friend here that I'm sitting with is Ron and his beautiful wife and her friend. He's married to a Japanese lady. He was my neighbor. He was out back of me here in Port Alberni. My life as a young boy, fishing with my father in the summer when I wasn't in school. I went to residential school in Christie on Mears Island, which wasn't a good experience, but that's another history, which I don't really want to talk about. It's history. I grew up in the United States, my brothers and I. We worked and lived and built a big house on an island. It was a restaurant. It sat 900 people. And we used to fill that place up every night, 900 people. And as the years went by, we left my mother first year. We went picking strawberries at Art Chorus, and no, they were Japanese. They owned a large strawberry farm on Bainbridge Island outside Seattle. And that, when we got through picking berries, we were walking down the waterfront, and there was a need help sign on a window. My father went in he says, "Hey, I think I'll go to work here." Went in, he got hired because that place was it was a fishing, what do you call it? What do they call it? They processed fish there. But my dad was a fisherman, so he knew about everything about fish. So they hired him. So we ended up living in the United States for 30 years and ended up living in Yuma. I finished high school in Yuma, Arizona, and entered the Navy for 6 years after I graduated because there was a draft system in place because of the Vietnam War. And as life went by, my life circle, my brother Reg, I had an older brother, Reg, he was 89 when he died of cancer. And we've always had a relationship with Japanese people. Ron was he was my neighbor. That's how I met him. He lived out back. And I used to watch his wife. She's quite a gardener. Boy, can she garden. She's got flowers galore. And I'd see her out there. I said, "That's springtime. She's starting to bring out her plants at the spring." So one morning I said, "Well, I'm going to go talk to that lady." So I went over and talked to her over the fence. And her husband come flying out.
Darn right.
Yeah. But getting back to my family on the West Coast, all the years that I lived here, I enjoyed that. I missed it when I lived in Yuma because it was 120 degrees in the summer there because you're next to the Mojave Desert. But I ended up back in Seattle, Washington after I left the Navy. I have a brother that retired in the Navy. He was a year younger. I'm 80 years old today. And I just joined the club, by the way. I have a coffee. A bunch of old guys that are over 80, we have coffee together. One of them sitting here is back there. And I enjoy that. I've learned a lot about Port Alberni. They're all from Port. I just about know the history of Port Alberni through these old guys. So I've enjoyed having them for friends. They're good friends, hardworking men that have retired. And my father, we were in Seattle, he says, he got the job. He says, "You know what? I think we'll stay." So we got our green card and went to work. My dad went to work. I was just a little young boy then. But I've enjoyed my life. I've had a good life. I have beautiful children that have gone through high school. One graduated here. My son's name was Irvin David. He's 53 years old. Is anybody here still here from that time? I don't think so. But and I have another son. He's older. He's 55, and he's a paramedic. He's a supervisor. And I have a daughter that lives in Maui, Hawaiian Islands. Her and her husband moved there about 2 years ago. I have family all over. My family didn't. We're not. My wife and I live in Rainbow Gardens, assisted living quarters. And my children live in, my son, RCMP son, lives, he bought a home in Prince George. And my oldest son lives in Nanaimo. And then my daughter's in Maui, so they're all over. I have grandchildren. I have a granddaughter that went to law school for a while and then she got pregnant. So she had to put that on still for a while. And I have beautiful grandchildren. None of them smoke or drink. None of my family. And I'm very proud of that. My sons and my grandchildren, none of them smoke or drink. And I'm very proud of that. My wife and I worked hard for it. We've been married for 53 years, my wife and I. And I'm proud of that. I married the right girl. Life is a cycle that changes overnight. Like I lived in Yuma, Arizona. I lived in Seattle, Washington, Tacoma, Washington. And I've enjoyed that. And I've lived in Port Alberni. I lived in Victoria for a few years. But I've had a good life and I'm very, very proud of that. That I had a life like that, my children, my grandchildren. They make me proud. And my friend over here, I have a my best friend here. He's an awesome guy. He's the kind of friend you want to have. He takes good care of me too. He's all right. He's had to drive me to the hospital in Port quite a few times, pick me up, because I was having medical problems for a while. But I want to thank you for listening to me, and I hope and pray that you all go home safely and enjoy your life. So thank you so much. Chew.
Is there?
I'm here.
Ah, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me.
That's terrific. Yes. You
Oh,
have
nice.
the mic and the floor.
Because Daniel always talks about you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you. Yeah, he said yes.
Huh?
He said yes.
You can hear me, eh? No,
Yes.
can. Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, anyways. What do you want me to say?
Well, why don't you talk about-
I was 11 when the war started, right? But my child, I had a lovely childhood, you know, because at that age, 8, 9, you don't know anything, right? But we were surrounded by beaches, so we used to always play baseball or something with my brothers. Yeah. And
Keo,
what
can you tell us about Spring Cove?
Spring Cove?
Yes.
Well, it was just, well, Spring Cove, well, that's where the two the scows were located. And the one main scow was located right down by our waterfront. And all the fishermen would come and dock at our wharf. And all the people, my father built a Japanese bath, and he would let everybody come and have a bath at our place. And what else? Yeah.
And your family ran a store?
Yes, ran a store. Yes.
So interesting, Paul. We just, my mom brought out a ledger that used to belong to her dad's store. So she had mentioned that when the war started, my grandfather had given all these documents, I guess boxes of stuff, to the cannery, and they actually held it for him until the war was over. And they were able to ship it back to him in Toronto. And so we actually, it's the first time I've ever actually seen it was today, where there's this ledger that my grandfather used to have from the store itself.
Yeah.
Wow, that'd be wonderful to get into that stuff.
Huh?
No, prices were pretty cheap. I think cauliflower was 20 cents or something like that. So,
well, anyways, yes. So I was not deprived of anything. And what is it? Well, growing up there, let's see.
Have you
My
been
dad-
able to visit since?
Oh, yes, we visited. I visited Ellen. How
Yep.
many years?
2019.
In 2019, yeah, okay. Yeah. And
So
what
you've seen
else?
some changes.
Oh, so many have changed. Nothing's there. I just wondered what happened to all the Japanese houses. Not one was left. Because I used to walk to the Japanese school from the English school, right? And even the Greens, where not Hillier, but I forgot the name, the people that owned the store there near the school. And we used to have to walk all the way to the Japanese school from the English school. And all those Japanese houses, they were all gone when I went to visit there. Yeah, nothing was left. I just wonder what happened to all the Japanese. Even where Shirley lived, there was a Japanese families living there, and not one was left. So I just wondered what happened to all that.
So
To ask
So-
our resident historian whether Shirley knows.
I don't know. Not one house was left. I was so disappointed. Yeah, and at least I have nice memories though. Yeah.
Hi, Keo, and hi, Jeff.
Hi.
Hi, remember, Keo, you were telling me that that when you went back to Ontario, you had mentioned to one of the Kimotos, because your sister Rose is married to
To
Jack
Jack.
Kimoto, and
Yeah.
asked them to check your house because your dad put money.
Yes,
Remember?
and the,
Yeah.
because
And
Tommy
what
could-
happened? Were
nothing
they
there.
able?
No, Tommy didn't find a thing.
It was all gone. Ah.
Yes, after we left, I think the place got some ransacked. You know, yeah.
And I
So the-
remember you told me what it was like going over to Hakota Bay in the boat that your dad used to take you
I said,
kids.
next time I visit, I want to go visit Hakota Bay.
talk about a little bit
Yeah.
the boat ride. You talk
Yeah,
about the boat ride.
boat ride. My father used to drive everybody to school. He used to pick everybody up and take, and even all the way to Hakota Bay, and then take them to drop them off at the school on one side. The people that lived on the Indian village side, they all went to the school on that side, and us living on the other side, we went to the other school. There were two schools in Ucluelet.
Right. And when you came out to visit, it was so great because you brought your granddaughter too, Lily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, yeah.
And that was a nice thing for Lily to see
Mhm.
Spring Cove.
Yes.
Well, it's lovely to see you. I'll hand this back now, but it's just so great to see you guys. And Deanne's in New York.
But
Yes,
yes, she's in New York.
She's a
But-
globetrotter. Here, I'll hand it back to Paul.
But Shirley, you know the side that you live, down at the beach there, it used to be a
Yes.
real beach, and the people there used to dig for clams,
Yes,
long neck clams. Do you still get it there?
there's still clams there. I'm not necessarily sure I would
Oh,
dig
because
them because of the although the harbor is pretty clean, but we don't usually get clams. They
because
came for tea and they were like looking out of the window and saying, I remember that and I remember that. It was so great.
yes,
So
and
nice
then
to see you. So
Yeah,
nice to
yeah.
see you.
see you too. Anyway, what else? And my father, they used to go around the bend on the side of where the hilliers were, chemises were, towards the back, and they used to get the sea urchins. And my father used to go for that.
Well,
What
thank
else?
you very much for sharing this morning.
Well, anyways, I have lots of good memories though.
That's great. We have a
Great.
speaker in the auditorium here.
Pardon?
We're going to move to a speaker in the auditorium here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. But there's something I'm going to bring up. I'm one of the survivors from Christian School, which is not a very good place to be. You know, I was there. I'm one of the survivors. And when I was there, I witnessed a lot of things there. I seen guys being beat up. I seen guys being sexually abused.
and girls screaming next door. And it was very hard. And if we dropped something on the floor, they said, pick that up. You eat that. They make us pick it up and eat it. And that is very hard, you know. And I have to bring this up, you know, not like we're talking about. I had to say this. I have to say this because I'm very, very emotional. Because I used to go from Boat Basin all the way down the end here, Stewart Bay, me and my brother-in-law, to the Japanese. We'd sit there with them having cookies, tea, and sit on our leg. It was like a big family. They accepted me if I was their own. And I was very proud of that. So was my brother-in-law. And said, they are very great people. They lost a lot. And talking about Stewart Bay, I was running a cat there, pushing the road through towards the other side. And my boss was behind me. I said, hang on. I could feel the cat shifting. Hang on, we're going to hit a stump. As soon as we hit the stump, I said, I'm going to hit the right track and brake. We're going to spin around. And I done that. We hit that stump. And at that, I corner my eyes, I seen things. It was buried under there. All the stuff there, dishes, fishing gears, and you know, I just had to bring this up because, like I say, the Japanese are like a family to me. They are. I know a lot of them. You know, another story I got here, I got to share, is from Ucluelet. The reason I'm alive today. I used to be a high rigger, topping trees, 185-foot tree. And he says, I know what you're going through. He says, don't do it. I want on the back of my belt, drop down, because I knew nobody would believe us, what we were going through in Christian school. I want to die. He says, don't do it. You're not going to do it. Our forefathers went through a lot more than this, thousands and thousands of years ago. And this story here, I'm telling, you know, I didn't know any of the Master family. He's the only one I knew. And I talked about it at one time, young random. And I said, you know something? At the village here, Yalma sang. I said, oh my God, he's here. It just sounded like Mr. Masso, Attic Masso. And I cried. And I said, you know, I cry every time I see Japanese because they're like a family to me. Like when we were making the road to Stewart Bay on the other side, we've seen a lot of stuff there. Cannonballs, dishes, the whole works. And it was very emotional for me to think about that, to see all the Japanese being pushed out. My tribe said, we got to try and help them. They're losing a lot. We're losing a lot. They're like a family to us. We're fishermen. They're fishermen. We need them. They're like a family to us. And you know, it's that's why I just had to bring this out. And I said, my mother and father, again, I said it was the government's fault. My mother and father, I didn't know why they were drinking so much and stuff and forgotten about me. That's the only way they could cover up their pain, that the government let them have a cedar to make canoe. She couldn't get the bark to make shawls and stuff like that. And I want to go to Nia Bay. My auntie was living there. And my mother, I came down here, Mukuna, we're talking about Mukuna. I went down there, I was going there. She said, no, we're not going. Government said, it's time for us to learn how to pay for our own way. They're paying one way to go to Seattle. We're going to pick berries. I said, no, Mom, no. I cried. Because I wanted education. And my auntie said, you're going to be angry. Remember this. you're going to have a picture hanging there. You're going to look at it, you're going to say, why am I looking at this? They abandoned me. So I did give it to my son. He looked at me all the time, my picture. I said, son, take this away. I can't sleep. Looking at him, you left me behind. Now you're looking at me, I can't stand it. So my son took it. And I couldn't sleep emotionally and stuff. Man said, you're going to have to get rid of it. So I done that, knowing that my girls and boys are very, very busy going through college and that and things. I said, okay, that's fine. Remember one thing. I ended up in Seattle. I ended up in a foster home because of that reason. I ended up in a foster home to colored peoples. That's where I was. And I have the same thing what we have. Remember one thing. Don't say negative words. Use positive words every time you speak. You're like us. I'm black, you're brown. We are the targets. And the government knows what they're doing. Now, how are they going to take over? And these are the things that really bother me. That's why I call her, because she supports me and she's very good. You know, this is the way the Native people used to. I'd like to see it come back, having a young one sitting beside you, say they'll carry it on for the elderly and stuff like that to teach the younger generation, like Barb, me and Barb. You know, we missed that lady. We lost a very good person. And that's what we've done. And we also lost another one after another. They always helped people, cooking and stuff. Say, even if they were not did, you see, it's okay. It's okay. They never scolded the girls or boys. We'll make something out of that. There's lots of fish. We'll do it again. We'll show you how it's done. They said, we're going to make soup out of that. We're going to make something out of it. You know, the reason I'm saying this is because we did have somebody coming in, very demanding person. And this is actually the way he goes about things. He's a German. He comes from German. So I asked him one time, I said, are you protected? Do you have your own plane? Or you have a deal with some other plane? And he said, why are you asking? I said, every time Native people go across a line, if you take a fish across there, they'll take it away from you. But you take all kinds of fish and everything else, they don't take it away from you. So I asked him, I said, are you protected? Sort of. That's the answer I got. I said, sort of is not the answer I want. I want the true answer. I said, you know, you used the First Nations, German. They used them so they couldn't understand what they're saying. The Germans couldn't understand. They speak our language and stuff. Same thing with Mittenat, Wyatt, Kildon, and Port Alberni. And they were not recognized until 59, I think it was. They were not recognized at all. The First Nations, finally. I was involved in that. I was trying to join the army. And said, you can't join the army. I said, why not? You don't have education. There was 4 other people, white people. He says, when did you have to have education to kill? You took us before, you didn't have to have education. You used some of the Native people from West Coast. You never recognized them. You gave everybody a pin, everything else and stuff like that. What did you give them? You didn't even thank them. So these things I had to bring up, you know, because I'm one of the survivors from Christian school. And to top it off, you know, like talking about Stewart Bay. To me, it was important to me to tell the Japanese about these things, what I had done. Like when I drove a tour bus, I had to come down to the seaplane base where their husbands used to be taking the planes down. I took them down and parked. They cried. Their husbands didn't make it back from here. And that's why I had to bring this up. And I cried with them. I was very hurt. I still hurt. So that's all I got to say. I had to bring this up. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Much. Thank you for sharing. We are at 12:30, which is our scheduled lunch break. And I think we should probably stick to that schedule and reconvene at 1:30. We've purposely given you a full hour so that you can talk amongst yourselves and share some of the stories that maybe won't get told, but maybe will if you want to share them after lunch. And after lunch, we'll begin with conversation about that period when there were no Japanese Canadians here. They'd been removed. What was that like? And what are the recollections, particularly, I guess, from the First Nations people and the settler community on what it was like to have no Japanese Canadians in this community? So why don't we take our break now and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thanks very much. And for those on Zoom, we're going to take our break, but we will be reconvening in 1 hour. Thanks very much. Yep, 2 minutes. Okay, I'll give you a minute to take your seats and we'll get underway. Well, now that we've been fed, we're energized to get back into it. I want to thank the Ucluelet Co-op and Huckleberry's Coffee yet again for their support today. Maybe a round of applause for them. And I'm delighted to say that for this afternoon, we've been joined by one of the directors of the Ucluelet Historical Society, one of the key founding members, Mary Komodo. And I think it's in order if we sing happy birthday on Mary's 100th. So well done, Mary. Someone who can sing, maybe can hit a key for us. Rich, maybe you can get us singing. Birthday to you. Happy birthday. And as we start into the afternoon's facilitated conversation, before we do, I was going to turn to Shirley Martin, and she was going to deliver a message from another Shirley in terms of the previous topic of what the community was, what the pre-war relationships were like. So is Shirley in the room? Okay, well, I'll kill time till Shirley gets here. I'll let Shirley come to the front, but do you know, there's in terms of some of the untold kinds of stories, there's a disproportionate number of Japanese Canadian fishermen who ended up in Angler, Ontario. Now, one might say, well, there were so many Japanese Canadians who were fishermen, that's a disproportionate number. But I think there's an untold story there. Records are hard to come by. There is some published material, but not much. My dad never spoke of it. He was there for almost 2 years. And there were people who were there for 5 years. And for those who know the internment centers, you hear about Greenwood and New Denver and Slocan. In Angler, Ontario was an absolute full-blown concentration camp with machine gun towers, the barbed wires, H huts. And why some were there, my dad was a citizen, and why others weren't. It was supposedly for hardcore Japanese nationals to be interned at that period, but there were so many Canadians who were not hardcore nationalists or militarists or whatever. So that's something to be researched. There's another story to be told, and it's a difficult one too. The 4,000 people who were kicked out or chose to repatriate to Japan. There's a whole story we won't get into here. I believe there were 29 children born on those ships of people kicked out to go to Japan. They became stateless. How do you become stateless? And there's a story not fully told there. Anyways, from the 1988 federal redress, I served on something called the Redress Advisory Committee for the NHAC to the government. And we tried to deal with some of these very difficult cases, and we didn't win on them all. That was part of the nature of the negotiation within a negotiation. But what about those people kicked out? And maybe the third thing on a lighter note, I see my cousin M here, and I'm thinking, we're all a fishing group of people. We're all connected, and part of being a fisherman is you tell tales and you exaggerate. And, I like to say that my dad was a good fisherman, and he was. Was he a top fisherman? I don't know. He had good years and he had bad years. As I became older and saw the books, some years I was horrified. And now I understand why he ended up using his boat as a freight boat for the Noranda mines. He did that for a winter because he couldn't make ends meet. But somebody who has proof that their father was an absolute highline fisherman, because the books don't lie, is my Uncle Jimmy. And M and her family have a trophy that was awarded by the Consulate of Japan in the 1930s. And I can't remember what years Uncle Jim won that, M, but there's a lovely trophy that someday has to be shown. And it was for the Ucluelet Cooperative, which was the biggest buyer of fish pre-war. Uncle Jim, for, 3 or 4 or 5 years, was the best fisherman landing fish at the co-op there. No one could lie against the books. So anyways, there you go. Thanks for being here, Em. Shirley, you're going to tell some stories about Shirley.
I think we're there now.
Okay, so I am telling a little story about another Shirley, Shirley Oy. So that's Paul's auntie, Auntie Shirley. And Bruce is here and Ron is here, I believe. Is Ron still here? Bruce? I saw Bruce come back in. I said to Bruce, is it okay if I tell some stories? And he said, as long as you don't mention me. Well, you're mentioned now. That's okay. So I went to visit Shirley last weekend. She's living in Nanaimo now. And lots of people are probably wondering how she's doing. She's doing great. She's like her usual bundle of energy, and she's a really funny lady. And we were actually talking about her in the washroom, and she's described as the life of the party, which is so true. But I never ever asked her about internment. And she's such a positive person. Like everything she says is so positive. She said, well, Shirley, we were one of the last families to leave Vancouver. Her oldest sister and husband had a fishing row business, and they had some bad row and got really, really ill, and they were put into the hospital. And so Shirley and her mom and all the other kids were moved from Stevenson, and they were allowed to stay in Vancouver on Cordova Street until her sister and husband recovered. And then they were sent to Slocan. And she told me about a camp called Popoff. I'd never heard of Popoff. It was an internment camp on a big farm. So she's so positive and upbeat. And I said, well, what was it like? She said, oh, it wasn't bad. I mean, that's just Shirley, right? It wasn't bad. And she said, we went there in October. And I said, was it cold? She said, oh, it was cold. And most people were in tents when they first got there. And then she said, because mom was old, she said, we got put in a bunkhouse. And I said, so what was that like? Oh, it wasn't bad. And then she said, well, it was just like wood hammered together. Yeah, the wind kind of whistled through, and they had to have a big fire in the corner and keep on top of that. And she said, they fed us. And I said, how was the food? Not bad. She said, we had tin plates. We went 3 times a day. We walked down to the cookhouse, got breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They fed us. It wasn't bad. Now, Shirley's dad died when she was just a kid. Her mom had, I think, nine children, I believe. And that was before internment. So she said her dad was a sumo wrestler for a while, which it was really interesting, the stories. But imagine, here is her mom, like a widow with all these children in Stevenson, struggling to make a living, and then being interned just like that. You just have to pick up and move on. But so she didn't really have any complaints because she's not that kind of person. But when my dad died, mom moved down the road on Helen Road, like you don't go very far, a block or two, and she built a new house next to Shirley and Shiro. And mom used to spend a lot of time with Shirley. And Shirley and I were talking about this, and she said, your mom, she was always in her head. She was always worrying, always in her head. And I said, yeah, that's got her pegged. She would go to Shirley, and Shirley would make tea and just cheer my mom up because she's such a positive person. And it's just great to know, like, if anybody wants to know how she's doing great.
Thank you, Shirley. I should say about my aunt, don't want to embarrass my cousins who are in the room, but she was for all of us cousins, and we had a huge extended family. And when our cousins, whether they were Tanis or Ois or Kadias, if we had challenges at home, she ended up kind of being the person we confessed to. We'd go hang out, and I was in trouble at home, and many times I was. I'd go talk to her, and she would listen, and she wouldn't, she wouldn't do anything other than she'd probably tell me to smarten up. But then I'd hear her talking to, especially my dad, whom I didn't get along with early on, and she'd say things like, you got to smarten up too. And she was just as comfortable in English and Japanese. And something that was always a challenge for me and my dad was he would always get after me and say, speak Japanese. He'd always say that, if we're with him, and he'd get angry with me if I was speaking English. And so, I could hear Auntie Shirley saying to him, they didn't know I was listening. And she would say, his name was Takio, but he was called Jimmy. I said, Jimmy, you got to smarten up. You come to this country and, you don't learn to speak the language properly, and you got kids here, and that, come on, get with it. And she just had that, if I could say, kick-ass approach that endeared her to the cousin generation. So, whether it was Ken or David or me, and I could name all the cousins, we all look to Auntie Shirley for support. She was always there. This next hour or so, or a block of time, is to facilitate conversation on the period of internment and relocation. So what was this community like without Japanese Canadians? What did it mean to the First Nations when they were gone? What did it mean to the settler community? And for those who are on Zoom, we've kind of, with the technical difficulties, not gone to you as much as we could have. But if you signal and indicate you'd like to speak, we'll try and maybe look to the Zoom cameras for participation too. But maybe somebody has the thought here to what it was like in the community without Japanese Canadians. Rich?
I'm going to take my liberty with this one and go just what it was like after they came back. Two things, two short stories. I was on the board of the CBU Seniors Home for many years. And one year we were going to have a visit from the Governor General. That's an official of the government of British Columbia, who in part was part of the people who did these horrible things to the Japanese. And the citizens of Forest Glen were not necessarily always in the most cooperative moods. And some of them were heard to say, oh, Governor General, Schmovernor General, yeah, I don't think we'll go. They got a visit from an elder statesman of Ucluelet, Mary Komodo. And she said something like this to them. They reported to me, you guys, this is a very important person that's coming here. We should be honored to have this person here. You get your buns down here. I don't know if she used that phrase. We had a perfect turnout that day. So way to go, Mary. We've told that story a few times. And then one other is how easy it was to be a coach of a hockey team in the years about 1969. I was in the elementary school. We had Kenny Nakagawa, Harvey, Keith, Ron Oy, Bruce and Ted Oy. And oh yeah, we had on defense a very stalwart defenseman, Joe Corlozoli. His feet grew a shoe size every year. So by the time he got to be 12, he was wearing size 12 shoes. The rest of him caught up later on. He was on defense. Good luck getting past him. And then we had a whole contingent. It was almost the Nisei hockey team. A tournament was being held at the high school. Oh, we had the Monsters Hockey League. It operated in the Ucluelet Elementary School. And we played and played and played and played. All these teams played each other. When the high school tournament was being held up at the high school, my guys said, could we take one of those high school teams on? And I said, really? Oh yeah, we can do it. So condescendingly, they sent us a grade 9 team, thinking they were the least likely to slaughter us. This was how to stimulate a bunch of wiry little Japanese forwards that we had. Man, were they fast, man, were they good. They couldn't catch them. They couldn't get past Joe, and they couldn't catch Kenny and the boys. I think it was 13-2 when we finally threw in the towel. It was a fabulous victory, and I got to thank the days right after the Japanese came back for that moment of glory.
Thanks, Rich. The 2:30 slot is actually for when the Japanese Canadians return to Ucluelet, but that's okay. That's a lovely story. Any others for this segment in terms of the nature of the community without Japanese Canadians?
Oh, this again. Oh, no. I'm just going to quickly say that Shirley Sagers told me when the internment happened, her dad told her dad was George Sagers Sr. He was a fisherman that lived down at Spring Cove and then moved into Yuki. And that when the internment was happening, he said the government came and stuck stickers or badges on them and said, you work for the government now, and you're supposed to be helping get these boats out of the harbor. And he just said it was the worst thing that ever happened to him in his life. And it was the worst thing in the history of Ucluelet. But the Shimazus And the Saggers maintained their friendship even like into the 1980s. Were visiting from Ontario to Victoria to visit, and no grudges seem to be held. But Bernard Tugwell said the same thing. He said it was the most tragic thing in the history of the town to see all those boats leaving.
Thanks for sharing that, Shirley. Others? Mary.
Well, I'm waiting to find out if there's people from here who can tell about Ucluelet. I can talk a little bit about the internment and relocation portion, but not necessarily Ucluelet. But if I can just share a little bit from a bit of a perspective. And my husband is half Japanese. And I was wondering if anyone from Ucluelet ended up in Grand Forks. Because, yes, Grand Forks? Does anybody know Etsumatsu Nakatani? That name? Okay, so that was Doug's grandfather. And he was living in Grand Forks at the time before the internment happened. And him and his wife and his two children, one was Doug's mom, she was little. And when this was all happening, Etsumatsu, he realized that he was in an ideal opportunity, an ideal position to help, because they weren't interned. They were already away from, they'd been in Kelowna and the Lower Mainland here, lots of family here. So he reached out, and the government gave him support to do this or whatever somehow. And so he was able to bring in many people, hundreds of people from the Hastings cow stalls or wherever they were. I don't know, do you want to tell some of the stories? So we've of course heard some stories over the years. And so Etsumatsu, you tell me if I'm getting this right, but he would meet the train.
He would meet trains and meet the Japanese people coming off these trains. And my mom remembers waking up in the morning, and there'd be tatami mats all over the floors in their home, small farmhouse home, and wall to wall Japanese people sleeping there until my grandfather could try and find them a job or a place to live or stay. And she remembers one memory of a very well-dressed Japanese businessman in suit and shiny shoes and everything on his knees before my grandfather, just begging him for help, begging him to help because everything had been taken away. But he was there. You know, his motto was that we need to be whatever we can be for these people and to help them in every way we can. And there were a lot of white folks in the Grand Forks area who were also very, very helpful and very, very protective of this, you know, of these people who are coming. So there were good things that were coming out of a very bad situation.
Can I just share a little bit more? Okay, so just to bring that forward a little bit, some of you might know Ruth Coles, who, you know Ruth Coles, okay? So that's the daughter of Etsumatsu, and she helped to form the Nikkei Society and the hospital in Vancouver. And her words were that out of this, out of what they saw and learned as children, came she feels a compassion for so much good can come out of the hard things, right? Good can come out of hard things. And out of that compassion, she became the social worker. She oversaw the social worker of numerous hospitals in Vancouver. And my mother-in-law, I just want to speak about the First Nations connection. Very, very humble, very, very sweet women. And my mother-in-law, Mary, her last name was Nakatani, but whenever we would see Mary here, we would always think of my mother-in-law, and she just passed away last year because her name was also Mary and she looked very, very similar. But Mary, out of that time, and she's very, very humble, didn't speak about herself at all, ever, but she was given an opportunity to connect with First Nations people in with the Carrier Nation, and the doors opening back and forth in love and in healing. And she was given because she was able to go into the community because the first people and the Japanese could relate to each other in their pain, right? And so lots of connections have happened over the years of helping one another in their pain and helping one another to come to healing. And so the open doors of Mary being able to go into some First Nations villages and help with the healing, but she was given so honorably by Linda Prince these shoes, and was given a new name. She was given the name of Soft Shoes. But I just wanted to, so she was given the name Soft Shoes by the first people. But what she was doing was she was coming in to the village with a message of healing. And the message of healing was one of forgiveness. Because the pain that we carry can never be released without, first of all, acknowledging it's there and then releasing it through forgiveness. But how do we do this? How do you ever forgive? How do those who've been wounded by Christians forgive the Christians? How do we do this painfully deep thing? But we want to be set free. We want to be set free from the generational pain at some point. And whether this is the time for this or not, I want to ask forgiveness. I want to ask because I'm Caucasian. So my color right now, I'm the color of the enemy, right? I'm also a Christian. Because I believe what Jesus said. He said, if anything happens to these little children, it's better that a millstone was tied around their neck of the person who did these things and that they were thrown into the sea. Those are the words of Jesus, the one who's the enemy here in so many people's minds. That's why I'm a Christian, but I'm the enemy, right? I'm now the enemy because I'm Caucasian and because I'm a Christian. But I want to say, will you forgive me? Will you forgive me? We all bring pain to someone's life. We all stumble in some way, but right now I represent the enemy. Will you forgive me, not for my sake? It's better that I have a millstone hung around my neck and I'm thrown into the depths of the sea. Will you forgive me for your sake, so you can be set free? I grew up with a dark shadow, a horrible dark shadow, which many of you guys will recognize, a dark shadow back here. And it was to do with my natural father. But as an adult, I learned this thing about forgiveness. And as soon as I agreed out of my mouth that I wanted to be set free, and I knew that I had to forgive him and choose to love him, that dark shadow went away. I never again had that dark shadow in my life. Will you forgive me? Will you forgive me? Okay, thank you.
I would like to respond to your narrative. It's very powerful. And it comes from the heart. I can tell that. And I want to say a couple of things. 22,000 people were sent to internment camps. So you have 22,000 narratives. Each person has their own point of view. There is no such thing as a mass point of view. Like we all didn't feel the same thing all together, all at the same time. Let me give you an example. Some of the young people that were sent to camp were teenagers. They were 13, 14, 15 years old. They had a wonderful time. They danced, they played ball, they had a garden, they played. They were obviously teenagers. The people that suffered the most were the seniors, of course, the Issei's, first generation. And if you know anything about human dynamics, you know that a trauma takes 3 generations to heal. The first generation is aware or hides the trauma. They don't want to deal with it. Like I said this morning, bury it. The second generation is a little more on the ball because they've got children. And there's a very famous saying in Joy Kogawa's book, Obasan, when she talks about the damage done to the second generation. Children, that's why my mom and dad never told me the story. I never heard the narrative from them, not at all. I didn't hear about the narrative until I took a history class at UVic, 1962. The third generation, Sansei, which is probably represented in this room right now, they have lessened the load a bit because they have seen Pearl Harbor, the movie. They've read Enemy Alien, the first book. They have heard stories at Christmas time or at New Year's, particularly in the Asian community. The fourth generation and the fifth generation, like Masaru here, Aunt Mary's grandson, his generation, they have a different point of view than me. And I don't want Masaru ever to change his point of view. That's his. He owns it. And we all own things in life. And forgiveness is something that I think will come in time. Christianity provides one really good pathway to forgiveness. So does Buddhism. So does Shintoism. So does Muslimism. All the isms of the world have charted a pathway for us to be okay with what's happened. But we keep repeating this trauma generation after generation. It's just part of the human condition. And in my 80 years, I've learned that what you can't do is push the tide away. I live right near Amphitrite Point. The tide comes in twice a day. There's no way that I can change that. It's going to keep happening, regardless of how I feel, or regardless of how much I look out at the atmosphere and say, oh, there's an atmospheric river. So part of it has to do with our own recognition of our own humanity. And that's always positive. So I say to you, you're forgiven, absolutely. Because what you've done today is bare your soul in front of this group of people here. It's very powerful, and I want to thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you again, Mary. Really? I'm just wondering if there's anybody on Zoom that would like to speak. If you do, if you could maybe visibly raise your hand. We have a team monitoring Zoom. No? Okay. Earlier on in Ellen's context presentation, she mentioned BC Packers, which in its heyday was the largest fishing company in British Columbia. Fishing being what it is, there's been a succession of ownership and changes in that. And that concentration, and it is a concentration, today's not the day to talk about the good or the ills of fishing. I do that in my day job. But the successor company to the assets of BC Packers is the Canadian Fishing Company, part of the Pattison Group. And as it is, just retired as the CEO and president of the Canfisco is Dan Nomura, personal friend, and Nikkei, very involved in the Steveston community. But Dan would be able to talk about what the disappearance of Japanese Canadians meant to the overall production or the lack of production in fish and fisheries. And so here's Canada at war, needing to provide provisions and supplies. And they never thought through, when I say they, the government never thought through the implications when it took out the Japanese Canadians of what it would mean to the lack of fish. Pardon me. It's not a criticism of non-Japanese fishermen, but the Japanese fishermen were that good, both in the number and the scale and the organization and their abilities to fish. And as Ellen pointed out, as soon as the private sector fishing companies were lobbying Ottawa saying, can you do something? Can you release some of these people so that they can come back and fish? And they weren't done until 1949. But when they were, as Ellen pointed out, there was these recruitment campaigns to go out and find Japanese Canadians to come back to the coast. And as Ellen said, there were loans provided. People were grub staked to come back to Steveston, to up coast, to Prince Rupert, to Ucluelet and that. So there is a huge impact, a visible impact on what it meant to lose Japanese Canadians from a place like Ucluelet, but also Steveston, Prince Rupert, Port Edward, all the places that people lived and fished. And so the implications for fishing were just absolutely stunning. And it proved too, because many of the vessels that were owned by Japanese Canadians that were sold to non-Japanese Canadians or given away, they might have been involved in fishing, but they were never as productive. And so it was an interesting conundrum that government faced. And what do we do about the ability to catch fish, process it, and have it available for servicemen and the war effort and that, and not having people who could do that? Any other comments or thoughts on this topic? You know, I'm going to suggest we can move on to the third area, which was going to happen at 2:30, but we can do this now. And that's the return of Japanese Canadians to Ucluelet. So they were gone, and the earliest that anyone could return back to the coast, the restricted area, the 100-mile restricted zone, was 1949. And as Ellen pointed out, her father and relatives came back and were amongst the earliest. And there were others who came in 1949 just as soon as they could. In the case of my father, he would have come back if he had the money. He couldn't return it until 51, but came as soon as he could, and then called for my mother. They were living in Toronto at the time on a mushroom farm. After he was let out of the prisoner of war camp in Angler, I think they realized he was no national security threat. And they asked him what he wanted to do. And he said, well, if you let me out of here, I want to go to Greenwood and marry the person I'm betrothed to. And the government said, yes, as long as you return to the East, and you need to be gainfully employed if you're not going to be back here. And so Maple Leaf, I think it was Maple Leaf Farms, had a recruitment drive, and he and my mom went to work on the mushroom farm. But as soon as they were allowed to come back to the coast, they saw the notice in 49. I remember my dad saying, you know, he said, I'm a fisherman, I'm not a mushroom farmer. I've got to get back there. And the owners of the farm, the Orlando family, were so taken by my folks. They said, why leave? Why would you go back to the hate? Why would you go back to a place that kicked you out? We'll give you a home. We'll build you a home. You have a career here. You're not just indentured workers. My mom worked in the house as a housekeeper. And they thought about it because financially it probably didn't make sense to come back. And then emotionally, it would have been hard. I'm sure they would have thought through, what are we going to be bringing our kids into? And yet my dad said, I'm a fisherman, so I'm going back. So they gave up, the house and the commitment from the Orlando family, and came back to the coast and fished for BC Packers. Interesting side story to that is that, and my sisters could attest to this, Mrs. Orlando, she was widowed, and that she would always send a lovely Christmas card and money to us kids every year until she died. And when I went to, remember meeting her for the very first time in '75. I think I was away in graduate school in Boston, and I went up to Toronto, and I met her for the very first time. What a lovely lady. Talk about somebody who, embraced the kind of reaching out. It was awkward. She and her family were very wealthy, and they ran this farm, and they tried not to have their wealth dominate, but they couldn't help it. And they had hired my parents, and so they were employees, and she tried everything she could to make it look like they weren't. And she could understand why. And she said that to me when I first met her. I can understand why your parents left. They had to. But she said, I miss them. Always will. Anyways, let's talk about the return of Japanese Canadians to this community. And are there others who want to speak on that subject? You're speaking for a lot of people today, Shirley.
I'm not going to sound anything like him. Terry's on our board of directors, and he is away right now. He grew up in Ucluelet. He used to be my babysitter. He was a good babysitter. And these are Terry's words. My recollections of the Japanese return to Ucluelet. I have no memories of any opposition to the return of the Japanese to Ucluelet. One day there were some new students in the school, and it was no different than any other time we got new students. I do not remember any form of discrimination, and I would say we were happy to see them. There was never any discussion at home other than one of my brothers said he remembered our mother being adamant that you must not be mean to them. The adults were friendly and hard workers. They were industrious, and they were good and respected neighbors. We made friends with our new schoolmates who were good students and athletes. I can still see Ellen Komodo hitting a baseball out of the field on more than one occasion. Darcy and Carol Thompson sponsored a yearly pool party at the public pool in Nanaimo, where it was a pleasure to meet Dorothy and Donald Maidi and Mary Ora again and renew acquaintances. And I hope that this will continue and more will come to the reunion if it continues. And then Terry has, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but he's made the families that I remember are, and they're all the same families I remember. And there's 15 families on here, and neither of us can remember Jesse Nakatsu's little brother's name, but those are Terry's words.
You mean Dickie? Dickie Nakatsu? He was in my grade. Others?
This is more of a question, I guess, for some of the folks that are around then. One of the things that brings cultures together is food, without a doubt. And I've heard a few stories about, and I asked Ellen at the break, about the fisherman's ball. And if I'd like to hear some of the stories that people may know about that.
I'm going to look to Mary and to Ellen.
Thank you for all your help over the years. I had a great support from the community, and that's how I got involved in lots of events. But I would like to mention that in 1951, we came back to Ucluelet, and Tommy said to Isabel and I, we have to get involved with the community because we have our kids that have to go to attend the school here. So Isabel and I, we decided we'll take a lamp and attend the PTA meeting in the evening, hide our lamp in the bush, and I don't know how we made it because we didn't know about cougars and all that sort of stuff. But anyways, we attended the PTA meeting for the first time, and we got a really good welcome from Chris Baird. She was Shirley's mother. And that started for me to get involved in the community because of our kids. And we just love it in Ucluelet here. So does the kids, my grandkids, they just love it here. I'd like to mention that Ucluelet was the only town that was against evacuation. And this is one of the reasons why we love Ucluelet. And I said many times, we love everyone, and we love Ucluelet, and we still love Ucluelet more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
You're just way too modest, Mary, honestly. The food at the Fisherman's Ball everything was delicious, but everybody brought something. You had to own a boat to be able to go to the ball because it was so popular. So it would be full. And luckily my husband owned a boat, little wee old sinking kind of thing for 3 years, but we got to go. So Mary, you had your octopus salad, and there were the kamamboko cakes, and oh gosh, what other foods? The different, yeah, the teriyaki salmon, thank you. Anyhow, you had to plot your way through the table so that you didn't have too big a plate full by the time you got to all of these delicacies. And there would be some sushi done, but not a lot of sushi so much, just the other things. Then also, as an aside, for 2 years, we had a seafood banquet like that for the NDP. And it was supported mostly by Mary and Isabel, a little bit by Shirley, although I don't know, Mary, you'd shake your head and say she doesn't make her kamaboko quite as well as she should or something. But anyhow, and that support you gave to the NDP or the CCF in the 40s, they were called, because they too fought against the internment of the Japanese. So that support of the Japanese community for the NDP remained through, by this time was the 80s. So we too had this banquet here, and Tommy Douglas came, and Dave Barrett, and Rob Skelly at the time was the head of the party. So it was a pretty exciting time, Mary, with your fabulous, fabulous food. Thank you.
Others? Phil?
Sorry, I want you to know I feel like a complete idiot sitting up here in the middle of everything, but yeah, I just wanted to say concerning the Fisherman's Ball, I can honestly say that it changed my life. And very quickly, my story is that the Van Lean ran aground here in the Barkley Sound. And I was working for the newspaper in Port Alberni at the time. And so I was part of the news team that came out to do the coverage of the wreck of the Van Lean. And one of the amazing benefits was it just happened to be the Fisherman's Ball happening that particular weekend that we were here. And for some reason, we didn't own a boat, but there's the media, I guess, got invited to come to the Fisherman's Ball. And that was my first sense of falling in love with Ucluelet, was being in that room with all those people. And I think over 100 different seafoods that came out of the all prepared locally. And at the intersection out here, I picked up a hitchhiker. And as I picked up the hitchhiker, and he told me that the Tofino Ucluelet Press newspaper was for sale. And so that's what motivated me to buy the newspaper. So he changed my life with it.
Thank you, Phil. That's a terrific story, a real historic note. Others, yes. Zoom people need to hear you.
My name's Lucia Lyons, and my maiden name's Cugini, not Corzoli. That's everybody, because there's so many of them. And so my parents came in the early 50s. Well, my dad came first and was logging out of Grice Bay. And I just want to say, like, I was born here, 61, raised here, had lots of Japanese and First Nations friends, never was a designation of color or whatever. We just all kind of got along. And that's what I find growing up, is that I missed, the separation of that. And I grew up really naive, I guess, to what was going on. And now I'm kind of learning more. I'm a lifer. I've been here all my life. Have friends that also were here. So I have a funny story. So there was the Italian contingency of families that came. My dad came because his cousins, old Steve, we call him Stefano, came, and he was my dad's first cousin. And he suggested, oh, come to Canada and work here. So that's how they eventually got here. But the funny story that connects with the Japanese family, and I would really like to know who the women were, but there's a funny story. They had a camp out at Grice Bay where all the Italian single guys at the time, I think there was some maybe married, but they said that, and I don't know how this happened, but some Japanese women came to them with cooked crab and delivered it to my dad and probably Lorenzo and Steve and them, and they accepted it, but it was still like, it was cooked and it was in the shell, and they looked at each other and they gone, you gonna eat it? No, I'm not gonna eat it. Are you gonna eat it? And they kind of went, I don't know. So my dad said, and I don't like, this is just stories as your parents tell you, but they buried it. They dug a hole and they buried it. And he told me that, and I says, you what? And then he said, on a different occasion, they did it again. And I think this time maybe it was out of the shell. I'm not sure. Anyway, and they got it again, and they're looking at each other and going, well, it's the second time. I think we better try it. They ate it. They loved it. And they were so annoyed at the fact that they actually buried the first batch of crab. So they were even in my parents coming, them being new, that they actually welcomed them too. And again, food joining and being a very, very, bonding moment. And I just thought, well, isn't that funny that my parents, my dad did that. Anyway, I apologize to the Japanese family that he did that. Anyway, thank you.
I feel I have to comment on that because my wife is Italian. Are you from the north? You're
Yeah, we're from
we 3 weeks ago were in Lago de Garda, and had a family wedding there. And then Diana's sister lives in a place called near Bassano, the castle towns, Cittadella, Castelfranco. Anyway, so because I'm not going to say it's because of our relationship, but they have incorporated seafoods and they love West Coast seafoods. And their friends, their Italian friends from Vancouver, send seafood products, and they've incorporated it into all of the pastas and that, and it's just marvelous. That's pretty neat. Others? Kim.
I'd like to share that my grandparents were both born in Steveston, and my grandfather came to Ucluelet around the age of 13. So his parents immigrated from Miyamura in the Wakayama Prefecture of Japan. And my grandfather first came to Ucluelet as a young boy and became a fisherman. And pre-war era. So he was born in 1915 in Steveston. My grandma was born in 1920. My grandfather is James Nitsui, or Yukichi Nitsui. Some folks called him Shigi or Shigeru. And my grandmother, born in 1920 in Steveston, Michiko Oi. And they made Ucluelet home pre-war and had 2 children. And then, as my mom and I were talking earlier when Isabel was talking, that I believe my grandmother was pregnant with my mom when they were forced to leave Ucluelet. My mom was born in, they were interned in East Ucluelet, so she was born in Lytton, and her younger brother was born during the internment as well. Pre-war, around 1940, my grandfather had been fishing for a number of years already at that time, but he built his first boat. And it was built in Steveston at the Nishi shipyards, I believe. And his boat was called the Silver Spring. And that vessel was, of course, confiscated during the internment process. And but they made a life in internment camp. And I think at that time, many of the Japanese families began farming. And I think one of the families that they were farming for was the Macomber family. And so they were farming tomatoes and melons and squash and the sorts. My grandfather, of course, wanted to return to fishing because that was his livelihood. And he left my grandmother, and by that time they had 4 children in East Ucluelet to return to the coast when he was allowed. And he bought a fishing vessel. I don't know how he put the money together, but his vessel was called the Rand II. So he purchased that vessel in 1949 and returned to Ucluelet. So I think I understand that he was one of the first people to return to Ucluelet, and it was quite difficult. Securing a home is pretty difficult to try and find a place to rent. And the Rideout family took him in along with my grandmother and their kids, and they were allowed to camp on their property. And I believe that was around 52 steps or somewhere along that area. I might be mistaken, but they did return, and my grandfather returned to fishing, and my mom was around 8 when they came back. And here we are, all these years later. So my brother and I should just say we were very fortunate to be born in the late 60s. And we were, of course, many Japanese families were back at that time and had returned to fishing. And it was always a really fun thing when the fishing season started for us to go down to the Japanese wharf and see all our uncles coming back, and of course, bringing presents and gifts from the city. But yeah, I'm very thankful to my grandparents for having persevered. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Others?
Hi. Oh, that's loud. So my family story would be a bit different in that my family was people who had lived here prior to the war but never returned. So this is really kind of bizarre for me to be here, actually. My grandfather was born in 1899, and my grandmother was born in 1908. And they were also part of people who came from Wakayama. And my grandfather came with his father to Canada around 1910, and they were in Steveston, and at some point they were in Ucluelet. And my grandmother was one of those picture brides where she came to Canada. They had just exchanged photos and came here, and this was her husband and had never met him in her life. So it sounded very scary and adventurous to me for that to happen. So my understanding was that, so there was my great grandfather, my great grandmother, my grandfather, Rizuke Hamade. Tomeno Hamade was my grandmother. Uncle Harry, Hirokazu, Auntie Terry Terumi, and Auntie Jessie Fujimi. So I had, I guess all those family members were here in Ucluelet. And from my understanding, there were also a number of uncles who were fishermen nearby. And I knew almost like nothing about this, just so I'm gonna say. I learned a lot about this actually fairly recently in coming here. So my great grandfather died, I think, prior to the war, but by the time the internment happened, there were 6 of my family members who were interned. And so they went from Ucluelet to Hastings Park to pop off for about a month because Lemon Creek wasn't, I guess, ready for them. They were in Lemon Creek during the war, and then after that, they opted to go to Winnipeg. Apparently, my grandfather had a sister or someone who was there. So they never came back here. My grandfather, he became a laborer, and I think he ended up working minimum wage as a laborer that was what he did for the rest of his life. And he died when I was quite young. He was in his 80s. And my grandmother lived to 103. And so I got to know her a bit better. But she didn't really speak very much English. And so it's so amazing to hear stories from people, because I always wish that I could speak with her. And I remember in my 20s, I moved to Japan, to Osaka, and I taught English there. And in 2010, I was going to do graduate school, and I decided I wanted to do it on Vancouver Island because I knew my family had lived here. I had never been here in my life, but I just decided this was where I was going to live. And so I applied to graduate school and was going on a fellowship. And before I left, I remember talking to my grandmother, who was over 100 at this point. And it was really hard because I know she was trying to tell me the story about her life. And she, because she didn't speak much English, I understood there were names, there were places, there were years about her life. And my mother, who did a lot of translating for me in my life, she stepped out of the room because I think it was a bit emotional for her. And I just really wish I could have understood more of what she said. And in, I guess, 2017, I moved to the interior of BC. And before I moved there, my uncle Harry, Hirokazu, this was the first time really anybody kind of talked to me about the internment. So this was only just a few years ago. I was moving to the interior. The only thing I knew about this was that this was where my family had been interned. So I didn't actually know very much about this. I was moving there with a partner who wanted to move there to, access all of the amazing outdoors. And I thought, I don't know, why would I want to move to this place where my family was interned? But my uncle came, and he came, and we spoke, and we had a conversation about, and this was really the first time anybody, he was 9 years old when they left Ucluelet. So he actually had memories of living here. He had memories of things. So he shared a bit with me. Yeah, so it's very bizarre. Just we were talking about generations, and I'm just aware of so much privilege that I feel in my life to have gone to university, to have gone to graduate school, to, I've been to the interior, and now you go, a lot of these places are campgrounds. Like, I've gone camping, I've slept in Greenwood, I've gone camping in New Denver, Caslow. They're actually beautiful places, but it's just bizarre. So I'm camping on places where people were interned, and my family was in Lemon Creek, which is also, there's a campground, right? That's one place I haven't actually gone camping. I think that would just be a bit bizarre, but I'm just, even coming here, I was struck yesterday, just the fact that I'm here as a tourist. I'm where my family was here, they had to leave, and now I just come here like on a vacation. It's really bizarre. But I just wanted to say thank you to Claudia from the Historical Society. She somehow got connected with my mother, and my mother passed on my information, and I'm in Victoria, so I'm the only person from my family who lives anywhere near here. And so I took the day off work, and I took the bus up here, and I was really surprised to be greeted by Claudia and her friend, and have a little tour of the area and show me where my family had lived. And I was just really struck with, the kindness and the hospitality of people here. I was just really, really, really touched. And my mom also said, when she first spoke with Claudia, afterwards she said, I just assumed immediately that this was a Japanese Canadian person. And she was shocked that this was a non-Japanese Canadian person who was so interested in talking to her about her family history. And I think she was really moved by that. So I just wanted to say this has been really very emotional, and I've learned more about my family history and about this area than I never ever knew. So I'm just so appreciative and glad to be here. And there was a recording from Landscapes of Injustice, but I wasn't actually aware of, and my mom found it, that my uncle had made in 2015, where he was interviewed by someone from Landscapes of Injustice. And I never heard it. I only found out about this recently, and he passed away. So after I was contacted by Claudia, I thought I'm gonna listen to this. It was an hour and a half, and I'm so glad that I was contacted, because I thought, when am I gonna sit down and listen to this? I know this is gonna be emotional. Like, when do I feel like doing this? And I finally did, and I actually listened to it again yesterday. And I just want to say, all of those family members that have now passed on. And the fact that there was a recording to actually be able to listen to that, and the recording that he gave when he was interviewed, there was more information that I never heard, like even more than what he had told me. And just even hear his voice, it was so amazing. So I just think it's so wonderful to record the histories of all of, the elders who are here, who've shared their stories. I think that's so important for future generations to be able to learn about what's happened. And I mean, I certainly knew very little about it, very little. So thank you so much, and to all the people here for your kindness and hospitality. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Something that has always struck me, maybe odd for me as a Japanese Canadian person to say this, but I've always been envious of Japanese Canadians, in the sense that if you look at all of the sports teams that, when I was growing up here and later, I gotta, credit my cousins. People like Bruce and Ron are terrific athletes, and then the Nakagawa boys. I like, well, I have a club foot, and I stumble around and whatever. but I had a very Issei-oriented father, first generation type, and he really wanted me to be an athlete and to be good at things, and I never was. But all of the sports teams of that era that came out of here were excellent and excelled. Rich spoke of this with the Japanese Canadian content, but I wasn't part of that content. But I should say, you know, maybe it's a little long in the tooth now because he's been retired for so long. But I used to, in various public speaking events and that, say that there is a boy in the NHL who has salmon in his veins. And, you know, you'd set people up who weren't knowledgeable about Paul's Japanese background. But yeah, Paul, now been, what, 15 years retired from the NHL, but was an absolute superstar. I mean, if you could see the stuff that he could do on the ice, stuff you never do in a game, but the only person that I visibly saw this who could rival him in speed and puck handling was probably Pavel Bure. And during the shortened season of the NHL, when my kids were in minor hockey and I was involved at the Burnaby Winter Club, Paul would say, look, to the parents, if you guys tell the press we're here, we're out of here. But if you guys will keep your mouth shut, I'll come out and work with the boys. And he would, you know, give his skill, whatever, buy the kids hot chocolate and breakfast. And then, you know, he'd bring some pals like Bure along and they just absolutely dazzle. They just show off. Some of the stuff you see being done now where the players will pick up the puck with the blade of their stick and then wrap it around and throw it. You're not allowed to do that in a game. Your coach will bench you. You'll be laughed out, whatever. And kids do it now. But they were doing that kind of stuff, or skating full tilt at the goal, and they would bank the puck off the post back to them, a pass to themselves. And you'd say, that was just a fluke. No, they would practice that. They would practice banking it off the goalpost back to themselves. Anyways, so I wanted to say, you've got Paul Correa with the club foot, who was never very good at any of the sports teams that came out of here, versus his cousin, who was an absolute superstar. And really, it was my cousin's, well, Paul is my cousin's son, but TK, many of you have heard that name. TK Tetsuiko wasn't born here. His dad, my uncle, should have been the fisherman in the family to inherit the boat instead of my father, but my uncle didn't like the water, so it fell to my father. But TK worked in the fish plants in West Vancouver for the Millard family and that, but TK stood about 5'5". He maybe weighed 140 pounds, and he captained Canada in about 15 or 20 international rugby matches. He was the superstar athlete. The genes that are into the three boys who played pro hockey, including Paul. TK was just an absolute killer of a Japanese Canadian athlete. I watched him play football for UBC. I watched him play First Division for the Marilomas. I watched him captain Canada, and I had to play against him as a high school student. He was coaching high school in North Vancouver, and he always had a championship team. And he would never go easy on me because of my club foot. So I'd have to face him, and him shouting on the sidelines, saying, you're dogging it, you know, come on, pick up the pace. You got to show who you are, what you're about. But there's something in Japanese Canadian athletes. Maybe that's unfair, but as I've seen Japanese Canadian athletes, and I think Ucluelet benefited from that, whereas and the return of the Japanese Canadians were all these good athletes. And Cousin Bruce and the Nakagawas and that were always excellent. Others, I'll keep telling stories. Let me tell you one other. So in 1996 or 97, I went as a guest of the Japanese government to Japan. It was, on the surface, it was fantastic. They paid for my way, 2 weeks in Japan, good food, good whatever. But it was a subversive kind of thing too. It was to show the parents' generation or the grandparent generation of what you missed out on. And so the generation that was there as a guest, and I guess I had been nominated for service to the community. But when I say it was subversive, there was an undercurrent of, you know, you could have been a part of this if you were here, but you're not. So they, you know, kabuki, they wined and dined us fantastic food. And I couldn't help myself. So I would at, you know, there would be little gatherings. I was the Canadian representative, and there were 2 Japanese Americans, and the 3 of us were on this tour. But I remember being, I'd never been called by the ambassador directly. The Canadian ambassador called me at the hotel room and said, "What are you doing asking questions about the Ainu and indigenous people in Japan?" And I said, "Well, it's just me. I can't help it." I got to know this guy really well, the ambassador, Rob Wright. And Rob said, "Well, cut it out. You're making an embarrassment out of yourself in terms of the Canadian government." And I said, "Are you ordering me?" He said, "Yes, I am." And so I went to see him. And he was a good guy. He just said, "We got a note from the Japanese government, and you're here on their dime, and we have to send you home if you're going to keep asking tough questions." And I said, "They're not tough questions, you know." They're like, "Well, how come the Koreans don't have full citizenship and they've been here for 2 generations? What about the Pakistani people and the Iranians?" And he said, "Paul, you don't understand. Just cut it out." But I could go on with that, but it said to me, I'm a Japanese Canadian. I'm not Japanese. I will never be Japanese. And I remember kind of walking the streets in Tokyo, laughing to myself as I was bumping into people, and they were saying in Japanese, you know, "asshole," you know, doesn't he know which side of the sidewalk to walk on? And I knew full well which side of the sidewalk or which way of the staircase, but I just thought, I'll never be like these people. I don't see the world like them. Anyways, on that same trip, I met up with a cousin, and I was staying at a hotel near the Imperial Palace in Tokyo, and my cousin said, "Oh yeah, you know, he'd done a year at SFU a long time ago, and so I hadn't seen him since then." And he said, "I'll send a car for you." So I'm sitting on the curb outside my hotel in my jeans with a backpack with long hair, even though I'm 40 something. Anyways, he doesn't show up. His driver shows up in a limousine. It's like a long black Toyota Crown. And this guy comes out with white gloves and he's bowing profusely. He said, you know, "Kariya-san desu ka?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Hop in." So I go to this restaurant, meet my cousin. And the long story short of this is that fish and fish wealth from Ucluelet ended up creating an absolute empire. And so my cousin, my uncle, I remember as a kid, and Gail probably remember this too, when we were little, we would put old clothes, bundle them up, or we would put coins into a player's tobacco can. And we would send these to Japan for our poor relatives who were in war-torn Japan. What we didn't know was that my 2 uncles in Japan had taken the clothes, ripped them apart, resold them, and they'd created an absolute empire. At their peak, they had like 115 kimono stores up and down Japan. They owned a jewelry chain. They owned steakhouses, Chinese restaurants, whatever. And when I went to Roppongi, to my cousin's office, he had his wife join me. I'd never met her. And her English wasn't great, but she whispered to me, she said, "I've never seen where my husband works. Thank you for coming." So we got this tour of, you know, kimonos and everything and that. And the fabulous wealth that they had. I had dinner with them at their home, and it was just absolutely spectacular. Now, they lost that during the collapse of the bubble economy. They were so over leveraged. But I do say this in terms of roots from Canada, roots from Ucluelet, because these are the same people from Miyomura, except this was the wealthy 2 brothers who stayed in Japan versus the not so wealthy fishermen brothers who came to Canada. But this community supported that wealth. I haven't kept in touch with my cousin, marital breakdown, whatever. I don't think he wants to keep in touch with me. But at his peak, he was an absolute, I don't know what to call it, the skyscrapers and all of that in Roppongi. Stunning. Anyways, someone else should speak or I will keep speaking.
I want to tell you that the athletic prowess of some of the young fellows that I was privileged to teach extended to another field. I don't know if Ron is still here. I guess he isn't. Okay, I can tell the story. He's not here. One of the things that I did was to gather for a young people's group. I had a young people's group that would consist of getting in the car, going out hiking, staying inside when it was raining, going lots and lots of arm wrestling and all those kinds of things. I had to provide that kind of incentive so they'd listen to me once in a while. But one of them was target shooting. I found that all the boys had pellet guns. And so we would spend a lot of our time out at the old garbage dump, the one on the top of remember the one on the top of the hill? Best view in the country was from the garbage dump. And we would go there, of course, because there were lots of light bulbs that we could shoot with pellet guns. And the best was old TV screens. Sometimes we could get them to explode and tin cans thrown in the air. This one particular day, Miss Crow should have known better to lip off to some teenage boys, and this insolent crow landed across the highway and sat on the power lawn and proceeded to do his little crow thing. And the boys said, "This is not my fault." The boys said, I bet you couldn't get him, Ron." So Ron had the best pellet gun. He had a Benjamin 5mm. He pumped it up 3 or 4 times more and nailed that poor crow. The crow paid the price for being insolent to a bunch of teenage boys. But it was a day to remember.
In that I did go shooting with Ron many times. I could never outshoot him, whether it was with a pellet gun or a 22. Never. I suspect in today's age, I haven't golfed with either Bruce or Ron in a long time, or with Ted, but I don't think I could keep up with them in that game either. Others? Adrian.
Thank you. Hi, this is just a little detail. I don't know what the point is of it, but I lived on the West Coast for a lot of decades. And when I came to Ucluelet, I found out about the Japanese, what happened. And anyway, I was in the library one day and there was a big coffee table book there. And it showed the craftsmanship that was done in the internment camps of the Japanese. And just as I went through the pages, like I like doing, when I'm having a really, really hard time, I'll get a project and work on a project just to take my mind off it totally, because you focus on the project. And as I read the coffee table book and saw what they had made, it was so, the craftsmanship was so beautiful. They scored beautiful wood somewhere and made beautiful things, furniture with that beautiful, the Japanese lines and everything. And that book really impacted me. It said 1,000 words with each picture of how they kept going inside those camps and even made beautiful things. So
I'm going to suggest as we approach 3 o'clock, we're a little bit ahead of what I thought our schedule would be, and that's okay. I think we've had a pretty intense contribution from folks earlier on. What we had planned, and I think we'll go to it now, is some thoughts on Ucluelet today from Vi, Shirley, and Ellen, and others could comment on that too, but I'm going to give the microphone for an update in terms of their perspective on Ucluelet today. So Vi first, and then Shirley, and then Ellen.
I just want to say that I really appreciate our elder coming and the young people that have come here to listen and have been really patient, listening wholeheartedly with what's happening here today. I'm sure that some of it is new to Samantha and her mother as well. But what I'd like to do right now, Paul, is call you up. And we'd like to, Paul, we'd like you to, Samantha's going to present you with a paddle for all the work that you've put into planning and preparing this session. And I know that you had some challenging times health-wise, but you kept going. So that's from our family, just to honor you today for your patience, for your been wanting to do this for about 2 years, you know, and the perseverance in doing this, having this. So I appreciate Shirley and Ellen as well. And also Claudia worked hard, you know, and keeping us on track sometimes. And so I just appreciate today. I'm glad it happened. Thank you.
Vi, do you have any closing thoughts in terms of the day? I'm going to ask each of you, Shirley and Ellen.
Well, I think it's been a pretty amazing day. And I just wanted to say, Paul, when Paul had this vision, well, first of all, we're so glad Paul's moved back to Ucluelet with Diana, at least part-time. It's fabulous to have him back here. This was a long time in the making because of COVID, because the vision was several years ago. But the kind of bonus to this is that Ellen and Vi and Claudia and I have been going out weekly for breakfast. We have our own spot now down at Black Rock, and I think we'll just have to keep doing it. I'll just say to Keith, I'm going for a meeting. It's really important. And I'm just, as of someone, as I said, that was born in 1951 and grew up with the First Nations and the Japanese Canadians as part of our community, I've been so privileged. But I also, when I have met people whose families were here before and did not come back, it's just everyone else is so lucky to have them live where they are. And when they come to visit, it's just really wonderful. And thank you, everybody, for the support. It's been really fabulous. Thank you.
I'll say some more.
Ellen?
I've come back to Ucluelet after being away in Vancouver for most of my career. I spent 38 years working for a consortium of school boards in Vancouver, Surrey, Langley. And my job was to help young kids who needed a lot of help. So I ended up writing the protocols for suicides for the Vancouver and the Lower Mainland school districts. Because at the time that I was working, there was a great need for suicide prevention programs. So I wrote the protocols and spent many professional days going around the province talking to teachers, because one or two people cannot stem the tide, the tsunami of suicides that were happening in the province, particularly amongst young people. Well, at age 59, I burned out and came running home to mom in Spring Cove. And even now, today, I get phone calls from various organizations saying, Ellen, we've got 8 kids who've just attempted. Could you come in and help us out? And so my help these days is long distance telephone. So given that backdrop, when I came back to Ucluelet, I noticed that there was a great deal of change in this town. It wasn't the Ucluelet that I left in 1958 when I graduated. It had really changed. And to quote one of my favorite presidents of the United States, Bill Clinton, it was the economy, stupid. No longer was there a need for fishing. There were hardly any fish left to catch. The logging industry, which my brother was a big part of for Mackablow, had met its Waterloo at the boardwalk at Kennedy Lake. Logging was slowly dying. Tofino was way ahead of us, Ucluetians, because they had at that time, and Josie's part of this surge of changing the economy to fit the zeitgeist, if I could use that German word, of the times. So Ucluelet sort of was the poor sister when I got back here. And people were complaining. People were saying, oh, Ucluelet, you know, full of people who are really in trouble financially. Until Ucluelet got the tourism bug. And of course, we're doing just fine now. Thank you very much. And with Marilyn, our new mayor, I'm sure we're even going to do much better. My plug for Marilyn this afternoon. Anyway, because of what's happened to us globally, not only provincially, but municipally, and small little villages like Ucluelet around the globe, we have to kind of rethink our priorities, what's important to us. And this morning or yesterday morning, I woke up, turned on the television and found out what Elon Musk was doing. And I thought, I'm not even going to get out of bed today. So there's that hope that I have in the people of Ucluelet, because we've got young families now. When I go shopping at the co-op on Wednesday mornings, I don't recognize anybody. And that's good, because then I can spend more time talking to Jen in the vegetable aisle. So I know that there's a brand new energy in Ucluelet, and it's young families with kids. If you want to have your heart skip a beat, go to the elementary school at 9 o'clock and watch what's happening there. Watch all the moms and dads bring their kids to that 2-block area. Go past the high school and you'll see a brand new situation happening there. Education, I think, is going to be what's going to save us all. And I'm just going to steal a bit of Suzanne's thunder here, just a moment. Suzanne could you stand, Suzanne, so we can acknowledge you, please? Thank you. Suzanne phoned me last week, and she said, Ellen, we're going to have a curriculum situation. Would you like to come and help us in Victoria? And I said, oh, I'd love to, but I'm too tired. I'm too old, and there must be a lot of young teachers in the province that can write the new curriculum. So thank you, Suzanne, for whetting my interest, but I'm going to have to regretfully decline. So that's where I'm coming from. It's the young generation, like I was speaking of earlier, the 5th generation, the Yonsei. That's Y-O-N-S-E-I. Google Yonsei. Ask Siri about Yonsei, and Siri will tell you the 5th generation of any culture is the generation that will hopefully take flight, go up to Mars, do all those space things, Listen to CBC radio if you really get depressed, because they have a litany and a language that is going to help you get through the next day or two. So this event happened because, as Shirley said, we breakfasted at Black Rock. But I'm going to close on a slight darkness. I was accosted twice at Black Rock within the last 6 weeks by what I would consider racism. And it really hurt my feelings. The first one happened when I was in the parking lot. I just parked my car, and this person accused me of damaging his car. I did not damage his car, but he made a point of calling me a so-and-so Asian driver. So I ignored him and I went in and had breakfast with Shirley and Claudia and Vi. The second incident happened 2 weeks after that. Claudia and I were in the dining room and we were having breakfast. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, this gentleman came and yelled at us in the dining room. Very, very, I was flummoxed because I did not expect this in Ucluelet, particularly at a resort like Black Rock. So I've got to balance what happened there with what I'm thinking in terms of education. So hopefully, the education of our youngsters is going to trump, if I could use that word, the misgivings of two out-of-towners who were extremely rude to me. So I just want you to kind of have that balance. I want to thank my colleagues, Shirley and Vi, and particularly Paul, who we talked by Zoom from the British Museum. I was terribly, terribly jealous. Paul was at the museum in London, and I was at, Claudia's house here in Ucluelet. Anyway, we're happy that Paul has joined us, and we're happy that Masadu is part of Aunt Mary's entourage now, and his brother Katsumi and his family are also moving and living here in Ucluelet. So those are happy things to think about. And I hope that I see lots of smiles on everybody's face as they leave this room today. Thank you.
I just wanted to read one of the things that my mother said, one of her teachings, almost one of her last ones. She was sick for about 6 months before she passed on, but she would always want one of us girls, of her daughters, to go and sit with her and just listen to her talk. And at one time she sang a song which is so beautiful, and that just warmed our hearts because all of my sisters and I were sitting there listening to her. And she just got so strong at one point when she started singing. And one of the things that she said was, and it's been etched in my mind, and it's not meant to be a sad part of her teaching, but what she took out of the sad part of the situation was that it really warmed my sister and I of family losses that we had, losing our children. I lost a son. That was extremely hard. And this is what she said. She said, I want to talk to you about, did you ever hear about the empty chair? She said. And I said, I remember reading about it. I can't remember what the wording was for it, but she said, I want to tell you what I know and what I've seen, what I've heard. And she remembered seeing one mother that she knew. She had been invited to her place for dinner. And it was a birthday dinner. And she had lost a daughter. And she said that empty chair she remembered seeing of a mother had an empty chair at the end of her table. And it was at her birthday dinner. And she said to the mother, she said, look beyond the empty chair when you're ready to. You have wonderful family members, memories. You had awesome holiday times, your birthdays, and every celebration that you had. He and she were the ones that made those parties special. And I said to her, Mom, that's beautiful. When I heard your story, my thought was Hakota Bay. It became an empty community. No more families living there. Gardens were no longer tended to. The crabapple tree became a resting place for a Japanese elder who came back to Ucluelet, who had lived in one of those houses. And he was in an illness state. He came with his grandson, and he told his grandson, and we had 2 or 3 Japanese elders that had come to the village that used to live in Ucluelet. And it was my next door neighbor. And they always called for him. He used to say, I don't know how they got my name, he said. But I gladly went because my dad was good friends with one of the Japanese men in Hakota Bay. And so when they called for me, I went. Immediately I went to see what they were wanting, what they wanted to see. And so the elderly gentleman that came that first time, he told his grandson and my cousin that he wanted his ashes buried under the crabapple tree. And my cousin said to me, he was ready to go. I just saw right when he was talking that he wanted to be buried there was that he was at peace, what happened there. And he said, I felt it so strongly. He said, I almost started crying. And then, and it wasn't long after the elderly man passed away. So before they went back home, he told his grandson, I want you to call me when it's time. Just call me and I'll be ready and I'll take you over there. And so he did. And then another Japanese elder came with his son. And he wanted to be cremated. He said, I loved fishing in this area. I fished with, I think her name is Vi. I fished with her uncle. His name was Archie, he said. He really helped me in my boat. I had many breakdowns. I was not too familiar with the fishing boat. So he would come when I was there and he said, I want my ashes to come back home here. And I want those ashes go out to the ocean. About an hour away, he told him exactly the fishing spot he wanted to be, his ashes to be thrown out, thrown overboard, just because he loved to fish. And our people, like my cousin, my uncle Archie, loved fishing with them. I remember Archie came back several years after the internment And he loved to walk in the town of Ucluelet, the village. And he went to that house of one of his best friends that lived here in town. He was standing outside on the street looking at the house. And the lady came out of the house and she said, "Can I help you?" And she said, "My friend lived here," she said. He said to her. And she said, "Oh, I didn't know that." She said, "Well, I just moved here," she said. So Archie said to her, "Can I tell you a story?" And he said, "I wasn't going to tell her a story in a mean state or an angry voice. But I wanted her to know the history of this place because this is where one of my best friends lived." So he told her what happened. And she was just shocked. She said, I don't even want to live here," she said, because that was so wrong to do that. And so Archie said, she said to him, "Can I give you a hug?" So when he hugged her, she started crying. And then she told him, "I'm really glad you told me this, because I've known many other races that over my lifetime, and I've seen a few where people were just shunned. And this one here, that's the worst I've heard about this family not getting his house back." And so she told him, thank you for telling me this." And so when I think about this empty chair that Mom talked about, I look at, in my case, in my sister's case, as a way of, it was one more healing process, because it made me and my sister remember when they were born and how they were raised. My mother raised my sister's child for a few years, and she always adored her children. And so both of us said to her, "Mom, I'm looking at the empty chair as something that I knew that somehow I was going to get past the grieving state. I was going to go through a process of healing of my heart and my soul." So that's the way I look at it. And my sister, for 2 years in a row, when she remembered her child's birthday, she would put that one chair there, but she always put flowers on top of the chair. And she'd sit there and she'd eat their favorite meal, and she would celebrate. She started to celebrate their birth, their time here on earth. So when I did this the last time, when my son passed away, when he first passed away, I couldn't seem to move. I couldn't seem to, I didn't have any interest. I couldn't focus on some of the things right in my house, because it was always reminding me of my son. And so I'd grieve harder. But after I did that, when I put that chair there, we still had one of his jackets there. It was just new. He died a couple of days before his birthday, and he told his dad what he wanted. He wanted a new jacket, and then he wanted me to cook him a turkey dinner. And so when he passed away a few days before that, my daughter said, "Mom, let's do this a month from now and just think about him." And knowing that he had a good life with us, because we had adopted him when he was 2 years old. And just remember, we took him to the ball game. We took him to the Blue Jays game. We did this and we did that. We went on holidays with him. And he was the happiest little boy ever when he was a little boy. So I was thankful that my mom shared that with us. She said she had read it and then did it in her own family. Thank you. This day has really helped me to focus on how other people are feeling and how they're going through their own grief. And it helps me to remember what Mom said to me. So a couple of them that I've talked today, I've shared them what Mom talked to me about. And they were very appreciative of what I shared today. And I'm glad I was able to be helped today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vi, Shirley, and Ellen. It brings us to kind of the closing of the day. Our title was to remember, recount, and reconcile. And I think we've done that. And credit to all of you who have participated. Credit to the key organizers who have thought long and hard about this day. The objective that we'd put into the agenda had been to get at different perspectives and meaning of what happened to Ucluelet's Japanese Canadians during World War II, and also the impacts on the First Nation and settler communities after the removal. What did the internment relocation mean to all three groups, past and present? What does it mean today in a reconciliation context? I think you all deserve a hand for having met that objective. So I want you to give yourself a hand. A couple of further thoughts before we get to closing thank yous. It's about fishing, I think. And I think Ellen said that to me, I don't know what call it was, but I think at one time you were going to focus mostly on fishing. And to me, that's appropriate because this place that the Ucluelet First Nation calls home, the Toquart, and further up the coast, whether it's the Taloquiet or the Ahousaht or the Hesquit, and those that came, they found their way into fishing. It's what's sustained, it's what's nurtured. And as we deal with broader environmental issues, it continues to be about fishing. This is a fishing community. And I think we could do a whole session on fishing, and I'd love to get into the different boat building styles, whether, and as a kid, I used to sit on the dock as boats came in and say, is that a Matsumoto boat or an Ategi boat or a, whatever, or was it maybe made by Shimizu down the way? And similarly, in terms of fishing politics, I think at one time maybe Dan Edwards was going to come by, but Dan and Doug Komodo, when we were involved in some of the fish politics, I used to work for DFO and then I worked for the province at Fish Renewal. There would always be these discussions, and some of them quite heated, about what the hell is happening to our salmon, our West Coast salmon. And if I were working for government, I would give a kind of middle of the road response. Well, it's complicated. And it is complicated, but, I can say for those who consider this the Area G troll area, we've been caught up in a monstrous trade-off. And the truth of it, for good or for ill, Area G salmon, particularly Chinook, have been traded off in Canada-US negotiations to protect Fraser River fishermen in the Fraser River fishery. And that's complicated because it involves more First Nations and more commercial fishermen and net fishermen versus troll. But truth be told, that in a nutshell, I mean, if my colleagues from Executive DFO were here, I don't think they'd dispute it, but they'd try to rationalize why. What did we have to do in terms of what's being produced out of the West Coast versus what's coming out of the Fraser versus the fishery that we intercept in Alaska. That's a whole session that you can get into from, and we have from a fish management point of view, but what we need to get at it from is a people point of view, the people who fish, be they First Nation people, settler people, or Japanese Canadians. And I think there's something to be done about that. For me, in this community, it's been running on the beach. When I knew my dad was coming in, I would start running from Auntie Shirley's towards the Yuki fish dock along the beach to greet him. And it's about pulling fish out the back of a troller and feeling good about that. Coming home to unload fish back in the days when ice packing was supreme, and being covered in smelly scales and getting that first shower at the Yuki fish plant. And then when I was a little bit older, going for a beer at the lodge and yeah, trading tall tales about the big one that got away. This place is a fishing place, and I got nothing against loggers, and the cousins have all been loggers too, and some of them very successful, but this is a fishing place. Let's now turn to some thank yous. I wonder if I could get Barb and Samantha to come and receive a small token of our appreciation. Great, thanks. Samantha, thank you for welcoming us this morning and staying with us all day. A small token of our appreciation. Barb, thank you for being the president of the mighty Ucluelet Historical Society and for welcoming us this morning. Great. I want to call up our technical team that have been solving problems. I think that's the right way to put it. And by the end of the day, they had solved all the problems. So Phil and Frank and Joe, if you could come forward. If I could get Peter and Carolyn to come up. There's all of the background stuff from making coffee and getting everything organized in the background. And Peter and Carolyn, oops, yikes, have done yeoman service. So thank you. And to our content people, our thought leaders, this has been an amazing day, and it's because of what you've done. So I will ask Claudia to come up, but I have a gift for Ellen, Shirley, and Vi. So, Ellen. Claudia? I've never met a group of people in my work life who on a volunteer basis get together and do this kind of stuff. I'm just amazed at how they work. Claudia, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a small token. So I think I said earlier, many of the all of the writings in that come from Japanese Canadians, and many of the volumes came from the National Nikkei Museum in Burnaby. That's it. I'm not sure what the follow-up will be. I think there needs to be a follow-up. There's way too much material. It's been recorded. We have no preconceived notions. You know, I mean, the academic in me thought, oh, we got to get a book or papers or something, but I quelled that, saying that's not right. It's not the intention. Something may come of it, but I think it's got to be accessible, and I think want to make sure it gets shared broadly. And so the Ucluelet Historical Society is absolutely the right vehicle to do that through, and we'll be in touch with participants here on what the next steps are. For those of you that have material that you want to share, photos, journals, memoirs, feel free to be in contact with people like Claudia, and we'll make sure they're appropriately handled. This is a professional, proper museum with protocols and how things are looked after and handled. Let me just finally say this is an amazing place. I think some time ago, when Cousin Ron had heard we were building a house here, I think it was over Chinese food at Gary's, when they still had sit-in Chinese food in Tofino. He said, "What are you doing back here? Like, nobody comes back, you know, we leave." And I said, "Well, you're still here." He was still working at the co-op then. And I don't know what Ron's plans are. I don't mean to put him on the spot with this comment. It's to say that, in a sense, I couldn't help but return. And as I was thinking about this day, and as was mentioned, I have a twin sister. Pauline would probably recall that in a speech writing, whatever contest in high school in Vancouver, which I placed second. I didn't come first, but I spoke about this place. I spoke about Ucluelet, and that someday that I would return. So there's a 17-year-old me saying that and then coming back.